And I don't think I have the captions on yet. That's a good thing to turn on first. Oh. Madam Chair, I believe we're on live stream, but I can confirm it acted a little bit differently than normal. No, I think we're on live stream.
Let's do it. All right. Welcome to the first meeting of the Permanent Platform Committee for the 2024 Texas Democratic Convention. This meeting is now called to order at 6:45 p.m. For those who are watching on the live stream, my name is Hannah Horick, and I'm the chair of the Permanent Platform Committee. I'm joined tonight by our vice chair, Leonard Aguilar, and our secretary, Laura Odom, as well as party staff, Marco Arancha, who's here in his capacity as staff. So welcome everybody. Madam Secretary, will you please use the Zoom login in place of a roll call?
Yes, I will do that. Do
Thank
you
you.
want me to call them out on the call or just?
Nah, that's okay. As
All
long
right,
as you can
taking
confirm
notes.
we've got quorum,
Yep.
which I think we've confirmed.
Yes.
All right. So I'm gonna give some overview. I have a script to support my my overview, and then I'll jump into a little bit more Hannah speak one. One of the things that I want to add in for tonight is the debate on an item or motion shall be limited to 6 speakers, 3 for and 3 against, alternating. If there is an amendment, the special rule of order limits debate on amendments to a maximum of 4 speakers, 2 for and 2 against, up to 2 minutes each. All speakers shall be limited to 2 minutes each unless time is extended by a majority vote of the committee. Does that make sense to everybody? All right. And then just to give a brief overview of kind of how we're going to go through the document, what I'm going to do first is screen share. Give me just a moment. It's bigger. All right. So I'm going to walk us through this document. The plan is fundamentally to do 2 passes through this. In the first pass, I'd like to go through and just hit all those great high points that we all agree on. So what I will do is call for discussion. If you have discussion on a topic, even if it's small, and it is okay if that is a small thing and you know you're going to vote for it, but you need background or whatever that may be, just call discussion. So I'll say discussion. You just call and response that word right back to us. Don't feel obligated to raise your hand. You can just call it out. And if there's discussion, we'll move on to the next item. If there's no discussion, I'll call for an objection. We use a vote for unanimous consent so that we can move things along as smoothly as possible. And we'll just approve those things right off the bat. I suspect, given the way that edits have been submitted thus far, that we will probably not have too many of those things that go through just straight out without discussion, though there are some real easy word fixes that I suspect we will be able to knock out that way. Not too many edits in terms of like grammatical fixes this time around compared to those of y'all who may have watched us on temporary. And then once we come to the end of the document, we will jump back up to the top and go through again, top to bottom, and use that tool of voting of having 3 speakers for, 3 speakers against, and go through that direction. As I mentioned in our orientation when we met last week, the plan is to call folks as I see them, and we will have the opportunity to have folks potentially speak more than once, but in the instance that someone has exhausted all of the other speakers. So if no one else has expressed interest in speaking, there may be an opportunity for you to speak more than once on a subject. And we can always, as I mentioned up top, we can always vote to extend that and add in. There are typically most of our topics, though, I think you'll find that we can get through these with relative ease without extension of debate. So any questions on that so far? Marco, am I missing anything?
I'm sorry, I lost the Zoom for a second.
Oh, sorry.
I think did we go over the voting spreadsheet?
Oh, no, thank you for that reminder. If Laura, if you don't mind dropping a link to that again in the chat for the folks who joined after you shared it last time, just as that reminder from our orientation, there is a voting spreadsheet. So if we do come to a vote rather than well, if we go to a voice vote rather than or a roll call vote, my apologies, rather than a voice vote or unanimous consent, then we will use the spreadsheet just for ease of tracking. So make sure you can get into that. Make sure you can edit your line. You can test it using that first column that we used when we checked it on orientation. And if you're having issues, if you will please shoot a message over to Marco or to Laura, and we can see if we can get that resolved before we come to any votes. I think in this first portion of this meeting, it's not particularly likely that you're going to have it's not particularly likely that we're going to have any votes in this first pass. So I think you'll have some time to get settled into that. And then the last thing that I wanted to highlight, just fully slipped my mind. Give me a moment. Oh, yes, is that ideally, we'd like to have this not run super late as a meeting, but I want to be flexible to how far we progress in the document. So my goal end time for this is going to be between 10 and 10:30, as we advertised on the schedule that we would run from 6:30 to 10. If we are close, like one topic, two topics away, kind of check in with everybody, see what folks are doing, see if we can, knock some stuff out, be cognizant of the time that we're spending on each topic relative to the length of a 70-page document and how much depth you want to go into. And we do also have the opportunity, of course, to vote. And then if we are planning to meet again, so just keep that in mind as we're going through it. And we've had, an entire week to review all of these things. So I hope everybody has been able to take the opportunity to do so and put their opinions in through the comment process. And so I'm looking forward to see what y'all have put out. If it looks like we're coming up on that 10:30 window and we're like one large discussion, for example, I know foreign policy looms large over our heads. I think we'll just need to make that call kind of as we see best fit. I don't think that having that super late into the evening is going to be a constructive conversation, just given the discourse that's already been had on that so far. So any questions, comments before we get started? All right, let's jump on in. So we're going to start right here at the top, and let's see, I see.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So I think maybe because I copied this, I literally did a duplication of the last one. There seems to be a little bit of an error when people are adding in at the bottom in foreign policy, the comments coming right at the top. I noticed this with one other particular one, but it's not, it feels really random. So in other words, I think skip this. This is one that's for the foreign policy and it's just showing up in a weird place.
That makes a lot of sense. It does not seem to fit with the context around it. So we'll jump down and we'll talk about that with foreign policy. So moving on down through the quotes here, and our index. Okay, our first discussion. So just as a reminder, I'm going to call for discussion. If you want to discuss, even if you are the only one, that is just fine. You can call for discussion. And if I don't hear any call for discussion, I will call for objections. And based on that, we will do a vote by unanimous consent. So our first suggestion is replacing the word sacred in sacred values of family, privacy, freedom, and fairness with the word honored. Is there any discussion? Is there any objection to replacing the word sacred with the word honored? All right, hearing none, that change is approved. Looks like that's not giving me the access to approve. Marco, could you give me edit access?
Yeah, let's see. Are you sure you're logged in with your personal Gmail?
I am.
Okay. Oop. Yeah, I'll go ahead and give all the officers to help facilitate as well.
Thank you so much.
All right, if you want to refresh, you should be good.
Thank you. I'm not seeing the option to check off Sky's suggestion like I have in previous.
I'll go ahead and refresh one more time.
Thank you.
Marco, while that's happening, can I ask you a quick technical question? It looked like in education there were a whole bunch of things that were shown as being additions and deletions, and it looked to me like they were just being moved from one section to another. Are we going to try to deal with that later on? I tried to put comments wherever I could see that.
So in other words, someone didn't follow the recommended instructions of moving something from one place to another, and so it got super messy. Is that what you're saying? Oh, you're on mute, Paul.
Yeah, that would be correct.
Okay, yeah, I'm
See,
sorry.
there are several whole sections that show up either as new language and or in a different part show up as being deletions. And I put a comment in there asking that not be done, and instead just put a comment in saying move to, but I don't know that happened in time for the meeting. I didn't get to there until relatively late in the afternoon, so.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think what I would recommend based on that is maybe skip the education part, since I think we need to sort of look at it a little bit. Skip foreign policy and then maybe come back to it.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and take a look at that.
Sounds good. And if we need to just get to that last, that's an easy adjustment. All right, I have finally got my access. So we made our first change. All right, next, adding the word, so this will actually be a, effectively it's a replacement. It is 2 amendments. So I'm going to treat them as just one, and it is striking God-given and replacing with inherent potential. Is there any discussion? Are there any objections? All right, hearing none, that is approved. Next, with the deletion of the word even. Texas has inalienable rights that a majority may not take away. Marco.
I forgot to mention, we may have gone over it during the orientation, but there are certain things that are clerical and don't need to be approved. We can just do them. I went through very late last night and just approved some of those things. So hopefully I've saved a little bit of work, but I wanted to acknowledge that there were some edits some people made that have already been applied because I consider them to be clerical, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So if you see a comment that's missing, y'all let us, feel free to add in those clerical edits, but I will skip over them. And since I'm reading them in real time, you may notice that I start reading something and then realize that it's clerical and I stop reading it. So if you see that, I will usually explain it, but that's why. Okay, discussion on deletion of the word even. Any objections? Hearing none, that change is made. Okay, we are headed down to page 5, the economy, good jobs, and working rights. Replacement, so restoring dignity and safety to the workplace by supporting workers' compensation insurance for every worker in Texas. Is there any discussion?
Discussion.
Thank you. We have a question here.
Wait a second. Did someone call for discussion on that?
Yes, so we're going to skip it and we'll come back to it when we are not going through and just approving on everything.
Okay.
So anytime somebody calls, I'm just going to acknowledge it and then we'll move on. And then that way we can come back to it and spend more time on it. We can get our first round of all of our easy stuff. That also gives us an opportunity to look at kind of all of our pieces and see everything in a whole for those of us who haven't looked at all the edits yet. Okay, I have a question here. So I'm going to jump past that. We have an addition, adding the line, ensure workers have access to safe and dignified working environments and working conditions. Discussion? Any objections? All right, hearing none, that is adopted. We have a replacement, replacing the word high, referencing high paying jobs with good paying jobs. Is there any discussion? Are there any objections? Okay, same replacement, different bullet point. Oh,
Yeah, it's not a discussion, but I don't know if there's like another word, if it's well-paying jobs, or I mean, if we want to discuss it later, we can talk about it later.
I'm happy. If you would like to discuss it later, then we can go ahead and keep it. Up to you.
Yeah, let's discuss it.
Okay, I'm gonna keep, let's see if I can undo that.
It's okay, we can just do that.
So I'll leave this second one as
Yeah,
a reference.
I'll remember. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So we have a question here relative to loss of pay, but not an amendment. So I'm going to circle back to this. Okay. Replace. So we are replacing here at the beginning of fair and competitive markets. Utilize antitrust laws to break up monopolies. Is there any discussion? Are there any objections? Hearing none, that is adopted. Next, a deletion in the same sentence, space. Deleting in various industries after monopolies. Is there any discussion?
Discussion.
Are there any okay.
There was a question, I thought. Was there a discussion on that? I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes, yes, there is.
Okay.
So we'll circle back to that one. Okay, our next one, elections shall rather than must be made secure and free of encumbrance. Any discussion?
I agree with Marco's statement in the discussion there.
Same.
Okay,
Most
so we'll do
strong.
discussion. In addition, oh, where did I go? Okay. In addition, the sentence would read, implement countywide vote centers, adding drop boxes for vote by mail ballots. And then it continues on as originally written. Is there any discussion?
Discussion.
Okay. We have a deletion, repeal the highly restrictive and discriminatory Texas photo voter ID law. Discussion.
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 Next, deletion, incorporate paper backups and an auditable paper trail in voting systems. Discussion.
Discussion.
Okay. We have an addition that's followed by a strike through, increase the size of Congress and the state legislature each census year to accurately represent. Oh, it's hard to read through strike throughs. Sorry. The population of the United States and
We're gonna
Texas.
discuss this one, so you don't have to read the whole thing.
Fair. We've got an insertion and a deletion, so that is a point well taken. Okay. Okay, same with this one. We have an insertion, support the establishment of a limit on campaign donations in state elections. Discussion. Are there any objections? Hearing none, that is adopted. Oh,
Discussion.
Thank you. Okay. In addition, mandate every federal, adding and state candidate disclose their complete federal tax return. Discussion.
Discussion.
Okay. That is so striking the word force from and adding in to make the line read, elected officials should recuse themselves from discussion. Is there any discussion?
Discussion.
Okay. Next, striking and prosecute. So it would read, establish an office of an independent prosecutor to investigate any statewide elected or appointed official who is accused of unlawful conduct. Discussion.
Discussion.
Okay. We have a strike through, striking and work to elect members of Congress who support the same. Reference to a code of judicial ethics. Discussion.
Discussion.
Okay. We're gonna skip the education section and come back to it, unless you're ready for us, Marco.
Going through it, I'm not through it all. Like, I haven't got to the part that Paul's described yet. So
Okay, we can
as
at
I
least
go
start
through
at
the
this top section. If we run into anything, we can circle back. Okay. Looks like our first line under education, replacing or striking, we do not accept, so that it reads, the inadequate investment in public education has created an unsustainable working environment for teachers and support personnel. Is there discussion? Are there any objections? Hearing none, that is adopted. Going to adopt that as well because that keeps it where the rest of the sentence makes sense. Replacing and with as well as persistent achievement gap for students of color and so on. Is there any discussion? Any objections? That is adopted. Okay. The replacement. Replacing we will instill in our students to we seek to instill in our students. Any discussion? Any objections? That is adopted. We have an addition. In that same second clause of that same sentence, adding providing them with the tools to analyze and assess the validity and importance of the information they consume. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is adopted. Okay. This is a question. Let's see. Come back to this. Okay. Strike protect and the sentence will read, enhance Texas public education so that our students are prepared for a diverse and challenging labor market. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Okay. Third bullet point, deleting and in the United States. Any discussion?
And
And
discussion.
okay. We have a deletion. Deleting especially COVID relief funds. Sentence will read, utilize federal funds for their intended purpose of supplementing, not supplanting state funds. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is adopted. Replace every with each child at every level of education. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is adopted. Okay, we have a replacement. Replacing the most equitable environment with an equitable environment. Any discussion?
Yeah, I think let's discuss that one a little bit.
Okay. We have an addition, if I can figure out where it went. Oh, here we go. Teach gun safety and hunter education as a required subject at no cost to the student, beginning with pre-K, i.e. guns can be dangerous to handle, through the high school with certification prior to age 16. Hunter, that goes on to,
Discussion.
thank you.
Madam Chair, this might be the
Yes.
start of what Paul was talking about, is that someone's might have been just Lizette, or might be some other members, started moving stuff around. And the reason you don't want to move stuff around is because then we don't know if it's something brand new or if it's something that was already there. So I wonder if maybe from this point on in this specific section, look for large strike throughs or even just a strike through and see if that's been moved to another section. I know that it looks like Paul caught a decent amount of them. I'm not sure if this one's it, but from here on out, that there are a couple, and this is
Okay.
what we're trying to avoid.
Yeah,
That makes
as I was
sense.
reading through it, I was noticing the addition of language that I knew I wrote. And that's when I noticed there
That's
was a
one way to
strike.
flag it, is when it starts to sound familiar.
Yeah, I was going, I remember that language. I've added it a few times.
All right, we can keep an eye out for those. And definitely rearrangements can be made. It can just be tricky in the Google Docs. So we'll get that fixed. Okay, jumping down to the section, every student deserves a highly qualified teacher. Our first edit is a replacement, replacing sometimes even with often. Any discussion? Any objections? I know that's a longer,
I'm not seeing the context of where that is.
oh, sorry, we are up here at the top. So the sentence would read, teachers not only provide classroom instruction, they also provide emotional support, a sense of belonging,
Oh,
and
okay.
often, there's the
Yeah,
addition.
no, I remember that one now. That's fine.
Okay, any objections? All right, hearing none, that is adopted. Deleting financial support through, the rest of it will read classroom supplies and other essentials. Any discussion?
Yeah, I think I would leave in financial support and make a comma and strike out through, because sometimes teachers actually provide direct financial support to students.
All right, we'll count that as discussion. And our next one is an addition at the end, adding at their own expense. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is adopted. All right, we have an addition. Appeal to the state to help fund FICA payroll taxes to level the playing field with school personnel and the rest of the labor force, thereby protecting workers past, present, and future payments into Social Security and adding to their retirement safety net. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Okay. Deleting the word early from early acceptance to, folks read the rest of that paragraph so they have context. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is adopted.
Sorry, can we do a discussion on that one?
Yes. Okay, adding, so this is in two sections. So the first one would be adding the word a state to state, make it state college. Any discussion? Same bullet point. Any objections? Hearing none, that is adopted. Adding or university. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is adopted. Guarantee that every replacing class with subject. Any discussion?
Yes,
We're going to
discussion.
need to discuss this whole section, that whole bit of changes there. There were problems with the certified teacher part of it and so on.
Got a comma. These are all the same paragraph. Okay, we have a replacement. The replacement would read, provide novice teachers with the proper support, guidance, and encouragement needed when starting their teaching career. Any discussion?
Question as to why we're getting rid of mentor or master teachers.
Yeah, discussion.
Next section, protect funding for Texas public education, striking and improve. Oh, sorry,
Discussion.
replacing.
Discussion.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
We have an addition with a strike through, so that is discussion. This is a move.
I think we're in where a lot of the moves are now. There's one thing that I looked at as a deletion and then later discovered it was a move.
Okay. This one looks to be new.
Now that's a change from oppose to prohibit.
Okay, here we go. So changing prohibit, looks like changing prohibit to oppose the creation of
it's vice
statewide
versa.
achievement or recovery school district.
It's vice versa. It's changing, it's oppose is.
Oh, sorry, we're one line up. So this is the sentence, it's in black here, creation of a statewide achievement or recovery. The one,
Okay,
the
I'm
opposite
sorry.
phrasing is immediately below it.
Wrong line.
That's okay. So yeah, we're right. If you're following, I should highlight. Here we go. So we're on this bullet because they do start the same way.
Yeah.
So
That's technically correct because it doesn't exist yet, so we're opposing its creation.
okay, is there any discussion? Are there any objections? Hearing none, that is adopted. Oh. Okay, there we go. Next one, immediately below that, swapping oppose for prohibit state takeovers of democratically elected public school boards. Is there any discussion? Are there any objections?
Madam Chair, I just have a stylistic question. I hate to bring it up for discussion. There's a
Go
lot
for
of
it.
where it says oppose, but then it's prohibit, but we can't prohibit in the platform. So are we saying the legislature were we just saying inherently the legislature should prohibit? I guess there's a couple of these that I'm not sure the appropriate verb, and I guess we just need to keep stylistically consistent. But this was one that I didn't apply as a clerical edit because I had that thought in my head.
Marco?
Okay, let's put that as discussion and then come back to it.
Start with that we support policies that would or something. I mean, what's the starting
Let's see.
clause?
This one does not have one.
Uh,
Some
okay.
do, but this one doesn't. This just has a heading promoting representation and diversity in schools and communities.
Okay.
Let's flag that for discussion. Okay. We are,
It's a hot topic in Houston.
yes, truly. Okay, this looks to be new. Support parental, I'm gonna highlight this section because it's not, oops, that's my bad. Support parental and community involvement in our neighborhood schools and encourage their expansion in partnership with community stakeholders, including parents and teachers, using the community school model in an effort to coordinate and integrate educational, developmental, family health, and other comprehensive services. And it reads on for 2 more lines.
I don't
Any
know if that's a-
discussion?
I don't know if that's a move or not. We had a whole lot of stuff of using the community school model in there. I didn't get a chance to go through and look at all the strike-throughs to see if it was just a move.
Okay.
But
Any
there's no
discussion on
discussion
that
that
aside
was-
from the possibility that it may be rearranged?
Yeah.
Yes, discussion.
Okay. All right. The replacement, replacing especially with including, would read including communities of color and other historically marginalized groups. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Okay.
These are
Is
moves.
this a rearrangement?
Yeah, this is a whole batch of moves. The fully fund, the one that ticked me, that caught my attention was fully fund all federal education programs, and then there was another one on equitably funding schools, and I'm going, I wrote those.
Okay, these look like, okay, we'll circle back after we get a
Yeah,
chance
you'll
to
notice my
confirm.
comment there is, are these deletions or moves?
Marco?
Yeah, I mean, one thing we could just do is not the large deletions is not approve those, but then approve the additions that seem fine. And then we can have someone go back once everything's applied and see what's duplicate.
Perfect. Let's do that.
If Lizette is on this call, which I think she is, can she tell us if those were moves or additions?
Oh, Lizette, I see you, but I don't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Uh, so with those, I messaged Marco privately just to explain. So I didn't change the wording for those large sections. Unfortunately, I didn't get around to reading this until last night. So I forgot that we weren't supposed to move things. And
That
I
is
went
okay.
ahead and just like moved them into different categories. So I didn't mess with the wording on those sections.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you are not looking to strike
that
out any of these and we're not missing the opportunity to discuss that. Perfect.
Yeah, all of those I just moved.
Now, no worries. Easy to forget between meetings. Okay. All right. So we have an addition, strengthen standards and resources for school teachers. I think, so these are bullets from above. These are these two.
Yeah.
So let's jump down to what is an edit. Okay, here we go. All right, we're in the middle of, if you're following along, we're in the middle of page 16. So our next is a deletion, equip classrooms with deleting free computers. Any discussion?
Why?
So that's a discussion. Okay. Next, adequately fund is the beginning of our bullet point. We're adding no, replacing vocational
No.
to replace trade. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Okay. We have a deletion. Deleting devalue grouping by age as the normative class assignment and instead value the levels of which each individual child is capable. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Okay. We're down to page 17, replacement. All right, striking or replacing such as those previously established by Republican leadership and replace with limit. No,
Yeah,
that's just a strike. Sorry, it crosses two lines and I'm
yep. And I'm opposed to striking that. I think it's an
okay, we'll
important.
discuss. Next one, we have an addition, adding public school children. Any discussion?
Wait, sorry. Discussion.
Okay. A deletion, deleting fully from fully equipped with both print and electronic media. Any discussion?
Why?
Okay. Let's see. Deleting regularly from regularly open and accessible to students and faculty.
Why?
Okay. And those are clerical. Alrighty, adding in, so that the sentence will read, offer statewide equitable dual credit and early college programs that draw at-risk students into vocational, technical, or college career paths while still in high school. Discussion.
It's the wording needs a little bit of work because vocational
Okay.
and technical are college career paths.
Okay, we'll go to that. Next one is clerical. Okay. Replacing the word cancel student loan with advocate for student loan relief. Discussion.
Discussion.
Okay. Replacing debt with relief. Discussion.
Discussion.
Deleting equitable paid from offer equitable paid internships. Discussion.
Discussion.
Okay. That one's clerical. We're gonna just discuss that whole section and that whole sentence. Let's see. All right. We have a deletion, eliminate SAT, ACT testing as an admissions requirement. And the rest of the paragraph, discussion.
Discussion.
Okay. Okay. Let's say I see a comment from Paul, so we're gonna discuss.
Yes, we're going to discuss.
Let's see. Deletion, provide full state funding for employee group health insurance and retirement. Yes. Discussion.
Discussion.
All right. Replace institute with provide, the beginning of equitable pay, healthcare, security, professional dignity, etc. Discussion. Are there any objections? All right, hearing none. Okay. Next is deleting against any person for any identity or expression. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Okay. Let's see. Replace who with there are.
Sorry, what's that word supposed to be here?
I think it's supposed to be there are, THERE.
All right, let me.
No, I think it's
Did
that
maybe?
are. I
Oh,
think
that
was
are.
are, and then I had
No.
a hard time with that too, but I think it's that are, and somehow or another the T ran
They're-
into the RE from R.
Is
Discussion.
Rachel on this call? Because Rachel, is she here?
Yeah, I think that's right. Sorry.
Okay,
It
that's
looks like
okay.
I did a typo.
Happens to the best of us.
Discussion.
Okay. Adding and lawfully, discussion.
Discussion.
And then those two are grammatical. Let's see. All right, down to healthcare. Fifth bullet point down, striking practice and access. Sentence would read, protect the right to in vitro fertilization. Discussion? Okay.
Yeah, it's not just protecting the rights. The problem has to do with a court
Paul,
decision.
if you can hang off until we do discussion.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I discussed it in the comment there.
Perfect. And then we've got more discussion on the deletion. Okay. Replace require with promote universal acceptance of TRICARE at all medical facilities. Discussion?
Discussion.
Okay. Replace rein with discourage arbitrarily assessed facility fees.
It would be, I've got a discussion in there already.
Oh, thank you. I see that now. Okay. All right, we have a replacement. So it would read in healthcare liability claims, index the caps on non-economic damages to the consumer price index. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Okay. And then looks like we have an addition with a strike through, so that will get discussion. That's also an addition with a strike through. Okay. Delete. Okay, so I'm gonna read the way the beginning of the sentence would read rather than breaking this into two parts. So this would read, restore the right of all women to make personal and responsible decisions about whether or when to bear children, with a strike through after. Discussion.
Discussion.
Okay. Have a deletion, deleting especially from especially in emergency conditions. Any discussion?
Well, yeah, if you if you delete especially, then you're saying that this only applies to emergency conditions.
Okay.
Yeah,
Discussion.
Adding medically to make it when medically necessary. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Okay. Replacing activities with medical services. Discussion?
Discussion.
I have discussion on that, so I'll jump on that one. Okay, replace ensure with protect. Discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. Okay. All right, we have a deletion. Deleting offer comprehensive age appropriate sex education and the remaining of that blank. Any discussion? The note on the side is that this is addressed in the education blank.
Can we sort of compare the wording to see if there's any difference between the two?
Yes, let's do that as
Yeah.
part of discussion.
Yeah, we'll just not do it yet.
Okay, looks like it may be repetitive, but we'll get a chance to confirm. Okay, delete, hold medical providers accountable for withholding information about pregnancy based on their, it looks like we have competing edits in terms of replacement and deletion. So I'm going to add that for discussion. Okay, deleting and prohibit medical providers from being forced to provide a patient's health records to law enforcement or other investigative authorities. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Thank you. Okay. Deleting and act on systemic inequities embedded into the healthcare systems. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Okay. Adding existing and new. We're in the, we're now in the energy section on page 24. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Okay. Adding state and federal to that same line. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is adopted. And okay, jumped down to middle of page 25. Add charging stations for electric vehicles at all state highway rest stops. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Okay. Okay. The deletion and a replacement. The new title of this section would read, create and enforce new stringent state regulations on oil and gas operations. Effectively, it adds create and enforce new to the existing language. Any discussion?
Question
Discussion.
here, Steve.
Also, I think Steve is still editing it.
Okay.
Steve, is this headline section complete? I don't want to, I see you're typing, so I don't want to preempt you, but is this top section done?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Yes. I have written all the changes. This section needs heavy revision, and I have them all, but I just have to put them in. I'll have them in a few minutes. Just
Okay, we
pass me
can
now.
circle back. Yeah, we
Pass me now
can
and
skip
circle
you
back.
and then come back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see. That's just weirdly highlighted.
It felt alone.
It's also weirdly highlighted. Okay, we're on page 30 under preserving equal. So striking this. Okay, hang on. Let me read this comment. So we've got a striking this headline with 2 bullet points, preserving equal access to firearms. And there is a comment to supplement it, but the suggestion is to strike. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Okay.
What's all that stuff we just skipped past?
We just, so above that was fix the grid. And in the environmental section immediately above that, we're down to public safety.
Yeah, but right after that, it looked like there was after Marco,
Right after.
After Marco, you sort of scrolled past something that had Rachel's name on it.
Oh, nope, missed that. Thank you. No, I have a deletion, but that came with discussion.
Okay,
Right.
all right.
Okay. Scrolling past sexual and family violence. Criminal justice reform. Okay, we're at the bottom of criminal justice reform, top of page 35. So our first edit is to replace support legislation to bring with require. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Okay. The second part of that is to delete the second clause of that sentence, including facilities operated by the TDCJ and appropriate. I don't know where I just went. There we go. And appropriate necessary funding for public facilities. Any discussion? I have discussion, so. Disability justice. Moving past that. I love it when I just get to scroll.
Sorry, I have a question.
Yes.
The legalized cannabis section. Like, is it too late now to make deletions? I somehow missed that section.
Where was that? Oh,
There.
yes.
In the middle of page
No, you can still make
37.
edits. We can hit them in our second pass.
But, okay, thank you.
No, thank you. Okay, we have a comment. Okay, here we go. This is going to be discussion because we have an addition with a deletion. We have a deletion that looks like there is discussion on that deletion in the comments. Okay. We have a replacement. So instead of stop legislative bills banning, it would read stop legislation banning. Any objections? More grammatical. Hearing none, that is adopted. And a deletion, ending that same bullet point with deleting in Texas. Any discussion?
I think the point was that this was legislation that has been filed in Texas last session and will be back this session. It was just adopted in Florida, but I don't think we're in a position to make policy for Florida, so I'd leave in Texas.
So any objections to deletion?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd spell out Texas, however.
Fair. Okay. But this is not a suggestion. I see a couple of questions here. If y'all do have things you want to input, I am going to skip these questions so that we aren't writing language as we go through it. If you've got additions you want to write in, please feel free.
Okay.
Let's see. And we can circle back to questions. Okay, so that looks like a question, not a suggestion.
So,
Okay, we have an addition. Work to end period poverty by encouraging workplaces and educational institutions to provide free menstrual products in restrooms. Any discussion?
right.
Any objections? Hearing none, that is adopted. Right, we are on page 45. The very bottom of the page, the last line, adding adoption for a non-discrimination policy. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is adopted. Appropriately so. On to page 46. Thank you to whoever laughed. I did not deserve it.
Puns are always appreciated, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, bottom of page, let's see. Top of page 49, fifth bullet point. Replace the bullet point to read support technologically forward methods for securing our borders. Any discussion?
Yeah, discussion.
Okay. The strike. Deleting and oh, I see discussion in the comments. We're gonna just acknowledge that and keep on going. Skylar, are you typing? I just saw your cursor before I jump on down.
There's an extra space there, so I was gonna delete that extra space. But
Okay, I wanted, if you had a quick like word addition, I could pause, but I will keep on moving. Thank you. Okay, we are on page 50. Look at us moving along. All right, we have an addition. We're on page 54. Adding promote public transportation. Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is adopted.
You'll note that wasn't me.
I did notice it wasn't you. Let's see. Okay. All right. We have, that hopped us down to page 60. We are replacing repeal with oppose. So it would read oppose the cap on mass tort liability. Any discussion?
Why it exists, so why would we not want to repeal it?
Okay, we'll do that as
Yeah,
discussion. Oh, make sure we're in the right place. Every time it jumps me down a page, that stresses me out.
Chairman, may I make a blanket motion for this section?
Yes, you may.
May I move to discuss all items that have been stricken in the foreign policy section?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
They're definitely not one we're going to adopt across the board. Okay. So that would cover these categories as well.
It takes us to the trade section.
Okay. Jumping down to fair trade policy. So do you intend to include the fair trade policy in your motion? It is technically under
I do
this
not.
broader. Okay. I just want to make sure that we don't skip something if you're
Thank you.
okay with talking about it. Okay, so starting here almost at the very end, a great first pass, y'all, with promoting fair trade policy. So let's see if there's anything in here. All of these are just Marcos notes. Just as a reminder, this was that outstanding recommendation from a temporary member that came to the temporary committee, but is neither a recommendation for or against from the temporary committee because we did not discuss it.
Only because it was behind foreign policy and we were
Correct. Yeah, not for any lack of love for fair trade. Okay, and I don't see any other than one grammatical. Okay. We are in fact done with our first full pass. Thank y'all so much. We got some decent edits done in this first full pass. So as promised, this puts us back up at the top. Just by show of like maybe the thumbs up or thumbs down reaction on Zoom. What's interest in taking a short break or keep going? So thumbs up if you want to take a 7-minute break and come back at 5 minutes till the hour. Thumbs down if you want to keep going. Okay, I see. Thus far, I only see thumbs up. Okay, let's plan on reconvening at, let's just go until 8 p.m. So let's take 11 minutes, stretch your legs, grab some water, and we will jump back here up at the top. So you've got some time if you've been making some last minute adjustments or you want to respond in a comment to something that somebody has said verbally thus far. Feel free to take the time to do so.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
For me, I had difficulty finding the thumbs down. So maybe do one of the other emojis that are quick to find, just in future in case anybody else went through that.
Oh, thank you for that flag. That's good to know. All right, we will see y'all at 8 o'clock or 8 Central, 7 Mountain. Sorry, El Paso folks.
You're forgiven.
I wonder if the shocked emoji, what is it? With the open mouth?
Yeah, I was gonna say wow.
Yeah, but I feel like that's not, wow would be like a positive thing. Open mouth is what it's called, is the name of the emoji.
I don't like that.
But that's the only negative that's like on the default 6 though.
Yeah. All I'm saying, I don't like the title of it. No, I think it's a good emoji for what you're going for, but open mouth.
But apparently you can also do it to where it recognizes hand gestures. So I might try it.
That's cool.
I can't tell. Let me see.
I see Marco's aggressive thumbs down. I didn't realize thumbs down was not one of the standard ones. That's good to know.
Yeah. I know that it happens randomly. Yeah, I don't know.
I look like an idiot in front of my computer, thumbsing down right now.
Hey, Dan, I'm gonna put you on mute.
Was it the Reba?
Is that what's in the background?
Yeah, my wife's a fan.
Hmm.
Okay. It is 8 o'clock and we are back. Give folks a second to get settled back in. When we start, we're coming back on page 5, putting beliefs and values into action, the economy, good jobs, and workers' rights. Right. Wait on. Marco, if you'll let us know when you're ready. Mr. Vice Chair and Madam Secretary, are y'all ready?
I'm ready.
All right. We may have lost Leonard, but he'll jump back on. Okay.
I'm fine.
Alrighty.
I'm here. Thank you.
Oh,
I'm
there
good.
you are.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Awesome. That's okay. It's like, let me make sure. Okay, so we are on page 5 under the section good jobs. So I think the way that makes the most sense for this is to have the author of the suggestion go ahead and speak first, give us a little bit of context in favor of it. Just as a reminder, we're going to aim for 3 for, 3 against with a minute each. We'll alternate. I'm not going to keep a super strict timer, but I am going to keep an eye on a timer, especially on these shorter ones. When we get to something that's clearly more lengthy, I can do a designated timer and we can call time. Marco?
Oh, Madam Chair, I'm not a member tonight, unlike rules last night. So I don't know. Obviously, if we're doing for and against, you know, based on, you know, my knowledge of staff and doing the platform, I want to be able to offer staff advice on from time to time on certain things. But I know that I'm not a member, and so I don't know exactly how you want to deal with that and what's appropriate, but open to how you like to do it. And sorry to bring this up earlier.
No, that's okay. I am fine. If you want to just continue raising your hand and jumping in, as you've got context to provide, that is fine with me, if that's fine with Leonard and Laura.
Sounds good.
with me.
All righty. With that being said, our first amendment is going to be from Rachel with the replacement of requiring with supporting relevant to workers' compensation. Rachel.
Yeah, so my only point here, I really don't like the words requiring, mandating, these absolute statements that just go to alienate small businesses or really are outside of the purview of what we're doing here. So workers' comp, obviously I would hope that every business has it, but if you're a business of 2 employees, maybe you don't. I think the law in Texas, I forget the size that you have to be to require workers' comp. So they're already maybe applicable laws, but I think it goes too far using the word requiring.
Okay, next from, so we're, like I said, we're gonna alternate as a general rule. Next, Jenny?
Yes, I'd like to speak in favor of using the word require. Texas is the only state in the entire union. 49 states in this country require workers' comp insurance. Texas is the only state where self-insurance is okay. And of course, that means no insurance. So we need to get into the 21st century. Coming from a labor background, it's important that employees have the protections that they need. Obviously, when state law gets passed, you have exemptions for very, very small businesses, but we are the only state that doesn't require workers' comp insurance. So as Democrats, we stand for protecting our workers and making sure they are in safe environments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Daniel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, for us, it's just, I think just to keep in mind on the platform that we're being idealistic, right? So we don't worry too much about what would come as a result of, as long as we're following this ideal that we are trying to provide for all workers. And that's pretty much it, just idealistically.
Thank you. Paul?
Madam Chair, I have a little bit of a problem with the format because if we have any background, for example, I'm not sure that there's a way to do it right now with the way we are, putting the limitations on speakers. In this instance, I think Jenny provided some of the background that I would have provided on it, but I'd like to suggest maybe some alternative wording that would address both Jenny's concern and Rachel's concern. And right now, the way we have it worded, it says, by requiring workers' compensation for every worker in Texas. And rather than saying I would leave it as requiring, because Jenny's point is absolutely correct. We are the only state that doesn't. I would just strike out the word every worker in Texas, because I think that's where it gets us into the problem of small businesses for which it's just not feasible. So I would offer a potential friendly amendment to the amendment that was being made here, in that I would not strike requiring and replacing it with supporting, but I would strike every.
Rachel, would you be amenable to that change?
Yes.
Okay. So the new language would read, as Paul said, requiring workers' compensation insurance in Texas. Am I understanding that right?
Yeah, or for workers in Texas.
Or for workers in Texas. Okay. Are there any objections to that as amended? Let me put this back up. Okay, so okay, so it would read as follows, just so that folks have a visual. Okay, any objections as amended?
Question, ma'am.
Yes.
And I could be completely wrong at this. Is it possible for it to be read as if it would fall on the worker to provide that workers' compensation?
That is a good question. I defer to somebody who knows more, certainly more than I do on the topic.
I don't think that's how workers' compensation works, but the labor folks ought to comment on that.
If I can, I think the way the amendment that Paul added is fair to keep it as is there. Workers, it's not the worker's responsibility to provide.
Okay. With that question and no objections, that change is approved. Okay. Okay, and then we have a question here from Janice relative to, oh, I don't know which this was addressing. Oh, here we go. So bans on strikes and work stoppages. Janice, is this question addressed by the comments here, or do you have additional questions?
I guess my only concern would be if the Republicans read this and wanted to make a TV ad out of it, saying Democrats allow police and firefighters to strike, and therefore, you know, if the police are on strike, then anything can happen to you, with the scary voiceover and, you know, showing some gangs running rampant. That's my only fear about something like this. But
would you like to suggest an amendment?
I'm just kind of drawing a blank. I mean,
and we can come back to it. I want to acknowledge some of these places where folks have questions that are answered. I do want to focus on where we have specific language suggestions, but I see that like there are several points throughout where we do have folks who have a question rather than having made a specific language suggestion. So I just want to kind of touch on it briefly and give you the chance if you have an alternative that you want to put forth to give you space to do so.
Okay. Well, if I can think of something, I'll come back with it.
Okay. Okay, on to the discussion between good and high paying jobs. So that goes back to you again.
Yeah, so when you say high paying jobs, do you mean like jobs that make $200,000 a year or more? Because you know, there's not everybody's gonna have a high paying job, but a good paying job would be, you know, enough money that you can, you know, afford rent and food and, you know, a vacation once in a while. And but high paying jobs is, you know, those are kind of limited.
Okay. Aisha?
So the suggestion that I was going to make, and I could make a motion to amend this by saying to create well-paying jobs. It's just grammatically and what I've seen in the labor market, it sounds better as well versus good. So that's my proposed amendment.
Janice, would that change be amenable to you?
That's fine with me.
Okay. So with that change, is there any discussion on that as proposed? Any objections? Oh, go ahead, Leonard.
Yes, ma'am. Discussion on this.
Okay, go ahead.
Just if this was on the platform previous, if I understand, correct?
I believe so. Defer to Paul, who would perhaps remember better than I.
Yeah, so I think it was there a couple of years ago with no issues or worries about it. So to change it from high paying jobs of, you know, if there's a question of high paying jobs and if that is a concern, then my concern is what is the definition of a well-paying job or a good paying job in the flip side of that. So
Well, I guess what is the definition of a high paying job?
family sustaining job.
Well, maybe it should say create family sustaining jobs.
So I'm not just.
But you know, we could have business incentive programs that don't necessarily create high paying jobs, but they could create, you know, family sustaining jobs, you know. I mean,
would it be above the minimum wage?
Oh, be way above the minimum wage.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to get to your point about definitions.
I mean, your definition of high paying is different than mine.
Hang on, I've got a hand raised from Joy Chevalier.
Hi, guys. One of the standard definitions is against the federal poverty level. So you could come against the federal poverty level at 200% or 250%. You know, the challenge is that those definitions, well, good, and other, are all relative to the economics of whatever region and whatever roles and whatever industries that you're in. I think you're going to have a hard time with that. But the feds do provide a definition based on what's called the federal poverty level. So that may be a place to look.
So for this, since we're not necessarily specifically debating on, and we can, I see Marco's hand. Let's jump to Marco.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I think you guys are making this too complicated here. Good or high paying, keeping it simple. We're not. Yeah, I think simpler is better, whether it's good or whether it's high. Yeah.
Yeah, my leaning is that as I'm understanding the discussion, none of these have firm definitions. And so let's lean on the end of what aligns best with the values of supporting workers. So what, depending on that, what that looks like for us. Let's see who hasn't spoken yet. Let's go to Daniel.
What about the term remunerative, which means lucrative or profitable? That way it kind of encompasses good and encompasses, like, it's so vague that it would encompass what everyone's thinking.
Can you say the word for us one more time?
It is remunerative. REMUNERATIVE.
That's remunerative.
That's the word.
Fritz.
I think remunerative just means that you make money. I don't think that has a quality level to it.
It only said lucrative on the definition.
I would suggest if we immediately don't know the word commonly, I don't think we should use it in the platform, because unless it's like a definition for like a policy, because we don't want miscommunication or people to just not understand what we're saying in the platform. So I think using a word that most people haven't heard of would be a pretty bad idea.
So I tend to agree on using plain language where possible. I do see folks' hands. I know we have a couple of people who've spoken already. I want to drive us back just because we are so early in this process, and because this is one where it doesn't sound like we're really approaching much in terms of consensus of definition. So I'm going to bring us back to just the original. Let's call the original motion in terms of the original suggestion.
Madam Chair, a question was asked of me as to whether or not this was from the 2022 platform.
Yes.
And I just went back and I looked at the 2022 platform and it was not in there. So
Okay.
I think this is something that got added in this wording got added in temporary committee.
Good to know. Thank you. So the question is on replacing high with good. So let's take a voice vote on that replacement from there. And based on that replacement, if folks want to make additional amendments, we could do that. Although there was a friendly amendment to change from good to well, actually. So let's go from high to well. But before that, I'm going to recognize Vice Chair Leonard Aguilar.
Yes, ma'am. This is something that we deal with daily and working with wages and working conditions, and as this isn't our day to day. And so, I mean, I don't see this. I mean, we're splitting hairs with high to good to well to left to right, up, down. I think we have not more important, but other issues that we could be working on. And I would just make a suggestion or recommendation that we just can come back to this and move on so we can get some traction to the evening here and move on the document.
I tend to agree. So let's take a voice vote on the change from high to well. And just based on how that goes, we can proceed. So all in favor of substituting the word well for the word high indicate so by saying aye.
Mean hide away.
Aye.
And all opposed?
You, I think you said it reversed. You said from high to, you said from well to high, but it already was high. So aren't we making?
I'm sorry, I meant from high to well. You're correct. So I'll restate just for clarity.
Okay, thank
So
you.
the original language was high, the suggestion was good, the word well was well taken by the original author. So we'll go from high to well. All those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
Hey.
It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. So we're changing this first instance to from high to well. Same same iteration here. Though it would be from high to good. We can if the author is amenable to it, we can make the same suggestion from from good to well.
That's fine.
Okay. So all those in favor indicate so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed?
Nay.
All right, is the opinion that the chair that the ayes have it. Okay. Jumping down to the bottom of page 6. Thanks, y'all. It's a little bit of a learning curve on the breakdown between how we're doing discussion. So thanks y'all for bearing with me as we adjust to that process.
Madam Chair, can I ask
Yes.
that we sort of take a step back from the strict 3 and 3 rule until we determine whether or not things are bogging down? Because again, some people just have questions or comments, and that doesn't fit in with the 3 and 3.
That's fine with me. I think we can do that. And we'll just do try to keep our points concise, and I'm going to try to prioritize folks who haven't spoken yet on a particular topic, but we'll rotate through, and after folks have spoken more than once, we'll start limiting questions from there. Okay. So I see there's some discussion around promoting pay and benefits and the implementation of the 32-hour work week for full-time employees without loss of pay. This was an addition that came out of temporary platform. And I see some comments as to how this was put in. Is there's I see a couple of hands. First, I see Marco's hand.
Yeah, Madam Chair, now thinking about the Rules Committee that was run slowly last night, or what run pretty well last night, and I think this may address Paul's concern. Essentially, what we did when there was an item is like, are there any questions? So people can work out their questions first rather than taking a position on that certain thing. And then after the questions are answered, at that point, then you move to the 3-3. And then, if there's an amendment to that, then, 2-2 and so on and so forth.
Perfect.
That might be helpful.
Yes, the questions first, I think makes good sense. And is it Aisha or Aisha?
It's Aisha.
Aisha,
Yes.
I see that your hand is up. I realized that I didn't get to
Sorry.
you on that previous
No, that's
topic.
okay. I lowered it.
Okay,
Sorry.
I wanted to make sure that I wasn't skipping past you.
No.
Okay, so, and I see, it looks like we need some clarification in the comments around this bullet point that I just read. So my understanding from our conversation in platform is that this is not in reference to a 32-hour work week in place of a 40-hour work week. Is there's somebody who is able to provide some clarity on that for the folks in the comments?
I wasn't clear in temporary. I thought that they were advocating for going from a 40 to a 32, and then the discussion was basically, I think Jean was raising the issue of how does that relate to who's considered to be full-time versus part-time and so on.
So for the folks in the comments, Tim, I see your hand.
Yeah, no, I agree with Paul. I think that was kind of the way that it was going, but would it be appropriate to reach out to Clayton for clarification? I believe that was his proposal.
I would say only if folks are looking to strike this. I see the comments, but nobody has put a strike through it. So Janice, if you're not advocating to strike it, then I say we just leave it and don't seek out further clarification just for the interest of time. But if you are, then let's dig in a little bit deeper. Janice?
I think I just really want to clarify it because I've heard about going to the 4-day work week, but only in the context of a 40-hour work week with 4 10-hour days. I've never heard anyone ever come up with, going to a 4-day work week with 8-hour days and get paid the same amounts. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Janice. If it's as written, I would make a motion to strike it.
Okay. Tim, if you don't mind getting clarification, we can circle back to that one.
Okay.
Can
Yeah,
I
I can reach out
suggest
to.
can I suggest a potential substitute that I'd ask him to check with Clayton on also? And
Sure.
that would be support policies. I'm sorry. Promote the benefits and implementation of a 4-day work week, and let's not get into how many hours it is.
Got that, Tim?
That I think that speaks to the four days of 10 hours that was raised in the discussion. That it would allow that as an option also.
I'll see what I can get from Clayton just to clarify.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get some clarification and we will come back. All right. Our next one is a little bit more clear cut. So we have a deletion of in various industries relative to antitrust laws. Rachel, any background?
Yeah, I didn't think it made any sense in the sentence. What does in various industries mean? It means nothing. So I thought we should delete it.
Okay, any questions? Any discussion? Any objections? All right, hearing none, that's adopted. Marco?
Oh, Madam Chair, I just wanted to recognize that there's some staff in addition to me that may want to provide staff input. I think we have our political director Ryan Garcia with us, as well as our communications Bridget Bowen with us. But I'm not necessarily saying that we're going to want to say anything on anything, but I think from time to time there may be something.
Awesome, thank you. Welcome, Ryan and Bridget.
Madam Chair, can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
We have a whole bunch of vacancies on the committee. So my recommendation would be that we have our staff people be like the people who are the other appointees to the vacancies, meaning they can participate, but they don't have a vote.
Is that an option, Marco?
Yes, I'm as a designee of the chair, I'm authorized to make temporary convention officers. So yeah, sure. Myself, well, I'm already one, I guess, and Ryan and Bridget all can be temporary convention officers to this committee.
All right. Okay, on to our next change. We have a replacement from must to shall. So it would read elections shall be made secure and free of encumbrance. Shirley, discussion.
I don't think that elections should be optional about whether they should be must. I think that elections should be made secure. So therefore I put the word shall in.
Must is actually stronger.
Any questions?
I'm sorry, Paul, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, must is stronger.
So we've got an argument for shall, an argument for must. Any other discussion?
I'd agree with Paul on this one.
All right. Marco, am I remembering right that you had asked that we use the spreadsheet just so that we can get comfortable in that? Is that something that we can start now?
Yeah, I mean, I guess when there's debate, I mean, if there's not unanimous consent, and also like, I mean, you're pretty comfortable with taking a voice vote, so I think it's more stylistically. I know that there's some people that find the voice voting chaotic, but also especially one on Zoom, rather than in person. But I also think the way that you just ran that voice vote was pretty good. So I think up to the chair on voting method.
Okay. On this one, let's do a voice vote. So an aye vote will switch us to shall, a nay vote keeps us at must. All those in favor of the change indicate so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed indicate so by saying nay.
Nay.
It's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. That change is not adopted. Okay. Our next edit, the addition of drop boxes for vote by mail ballots. Let folks read the rest of this. Janice, any background?
Well, basically what happened in the last election, the governor disallowed those drop boxes in Harris County, and they only allowed them to have one drop box, which made it very difficult to drop off your vote by mail ballot in a secure location.
Thank you. Marco?
Yeah, I guess this is where I get a little bit confused on what the wording. Are we advocating for adding that back into the election code? Because there was a type of drop box and now it's completely gone, right? The first part of the sentence is implement countywide voting centers. I mean, to be honest, I mean, this sentence has some issue. We already have countywide voting centers. We just don't have them necessarily in every county. They haven't been adopted statewide. Percentage-wise, they're at this point like 90% of the state-ish. I'm not sure exact numbers, but it's quite an amount of counties. It's around 100 counties, where's the countywide voting centers. So that's already in place, but it needs to be adopted through a program for each county. Drop boxes is something that slightly existed, but does not exist like it does in other states. And so I think if you want to advocate for drop boxes, that's fine. You just need this sentence is not constructed appropriately, taking into consideration the election code, if that makes sense.
Right. Maybe it should say allow for multiple drop boxes in each county for vote by mail ballots.
Or maybe even like have that just as its own bullet point itself.
Yeah.
Advocate for vote by mail. Oh, sorry. Advocate for drop boxes for vote by mail ballots is just like a separate. That would be better. That way you're excising it from that sentence.
Okay.
And with that
Okay,
said,
so something like that and the bullet points underneath it.
Yes, Madam Chair. And then implement countywide voting centers is incorrect because we've already implemented. So continuing implementing, continue to encourage, some other verb that's appropriate that maybe another member
Would expand the program make sense?
Yes.
Sure.
Marco, the Republicans have been discussing. If you look at their contract on Texas, one of the things they want to do is to roll back the countywide voting centers. So expand would be good.
So let's do one thing at a time. Janice, and Marco, relative to your discussion, does this bullet point here advocate for drop boxes for vote by mail ballots? Is that acceptable to both of y'all?
That's fine with me.
Okay, Marco, does that make sense with current
Yes,
election
Madam
law? Okay, are there any objections to the approval of that addition? All right, hearing none, that is approved. And then we will strike this. And then the new paragraph would read, expand countywide voting centers, extended and accessible early voting periods, ensured weekend voting, curbside voting, and universal no excuse vote by mail. Are there any objections to that amendment? All right, hearing none, that is approved. Excellent. Two birds, one stone.
We just need to do ensure weekend voting.
Expand.
Yeah, Madam Chair, can we actually make that a different bullet point from insured?
Yep. From insured on,
Yes, Madam Chair.
and then make it. So just reads ensure weekend voting, and then everything else is the same.
Yeah, if that verb still works, maybe a member.
Ensure weekend voting. That works for me. Any objections? All right, hearing none, that's adopted. I'm gonna count that as 3 birds, 1 stone. All right. Any other changes from that plank?
It's 1 bird with 3 bullets.
How very Texan. All right. Our next one, we have a question here around feasibility. Rachel, do you have any follow-up to this question? I know Tim offered a response, but any clarifying questions you want to put out on that before we move on?
Yeah, is it legal?
We would have to, I think that's an election code change, if I understand correctly.
Yeah.
So we're
That's-
advocating for an election code change.
Yes.
Same as we were in the discussion previously.
And
Okay.
And
and
the
it's
same we do
essentially-
for everything.
Yeah, most of these are election code items.
Skylar, I see your hand.
Or just add that a number of states already do this, so I mean, it is legal.
Yep.
It's legal if we pass a law.
Yes.
Marco?
Yeah, and it's essentially what we do in the party process, right? Like, you can participate at this convention if you're 18 by November 5th.
Okay. I mean, if we don't think it's illegal. If the
Well,
Supreme
so,
Court
I mean,
hasn't said we
it
can't
is,
do
it is not currently legal. If we were to let people vote in the primary, like that we manage, then yes, but we're advocating for a change in the election law as we are with expanding curbside voting and things like that. So would there maybe changing the verb at the beginning instead of allow, would that add more clarity?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm fine with it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm fine with it in principle. I just was concerned, is this even something that we can be advocating for?
We advocate.
It
for a
can
lot
be
of
done in
changes
Texas,
law,
yes.
Rachel.
Okay, so then I'm fine with it.
Okay. Right. Next, also to you. So repeal the highly restrictive and discriminatory Texas voter ID law. Any background?
Yes, first of all, I just don't like the highly restrictive and discriminatory. Like, I think if you're going to advocate for something, just say repeal the Texas voter ID law. But also, I mean, I feel like there could be a fair amount of Texans who would be in favor of a voter ID law. So I'm concerned about having that in the platform, honestly. But I'm also open to some background on it. I mean, I see why it can be restrictive and discriminatory. Not everyone can afford to get an ID, blah, blah, blah. But even though there's a bunch of different types you can get, but I don't know. I don't know that I like it.
Okay. I saw Skylar. Go ahead. To clarify, Skylar Walker.
Yes, Skywalker, I go by that too. I register high school kids to vote, and not every kid is able to get their ID. And so getting them through the process of being able to complete the reasonable impediment form, declaration form, and hoping that they get their voting at a place where the presiding judge understands what that is through the training that goes on in Harris County is difficult. I have voted prior to needing to show photo ID. And I have worked as an election worker prior to that point. And it is not any more secure to have the photo ID, to be completely honest, because it is up to the election judge to interpret that law when people are voting. And it is highly restrictive and discriminatory, and we should repeal it. So I'm in favor of keeping the language, so therefore opposing the deletion.
Thank you. I see several hands. Anyone to speak on in support of the deletion? Let's alternate.
I wanted to offer background and perhaps offer some alternative language.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so I'm in agreement that it does with what Skylar just said. It doesn't do squat, but real frankly, the public believes that it does. There's overwhelming public support for having a voter ID law. What they don't understand is the degree to which the Texas voter ID law is highly discriminatory. And so I think we cannot alienate people who don't understand what the problems are by not saying we are opposed to having a voter ID law, even though it doesn't do any good. You can't convince them of that. If we just change it to say that repeal the restrictive and discriminatory features of the Texas voter ID law.
Okay, that's definitely, oh, Paul,
Thank
you
you, Marco.
froze.
I saw the fireworks go off.
I did 2 thumbs up and it like did fireworks. Oh my God.
So Paul, can you restate that? The highly restrictive and discriminatory, say elements of?
Yeah, elements of the Texas voter ID law.
Okay, Rachel, is that a change that would satisfy your concerns?
Yeah, I think that's better, because then
Okay.
you're not outright calling for it. You're kind of, but you're not, it's vague. It gives us a little cushion.
Yeah,
Okay.
The law doesn't do anything, but nobody understands that, so you can't argue with it.
Actually, let me speak a minute for the election judges like myself.
If you don't mind, I've got a queue of folks with hands, but I will call, you are second on my queue. So I'm going to call on Joy first, and then you'll be up next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So just a bit of background on this. This was actually discussed and introduced back in 2018, and it appeared in 2020. And part of the conversation, particularly from the Black Democrats, were the challenges, because in order to get various IDs, the struggle, particularly for older Black Texans, is that birth certificates or some of those seminal documents may not be accessible or do not exist. And thus that was inherently discriminatory in the community, and actually was a real challenge for a significant portion of those who vote, particularly those who are associated with churches and polls to souls to the polls and other outreach activities. And so this was something that was hotly discussed for at least 2 platform cycles, and why it was important to keep this language in here until something was done about photo voter ID.
Thank you. Daniel.
As an election judge, I can tell you that the easiest thing in the world is scanning driver's licenses. So, from the point of view of when you're, a busy election site, and we hope we'll have some, it's the best way. We are knowledgeable about the other things. If somebody can't get an ID, there are things we can do. I don't know how well they work, but I do know what the paperwork looks like. I think that what we need to do is to figure out ways to get everybody some kind of an ID, because I think that's probably important in other ways. And if there's outreach issues, I know in San Antonio you can get one at a library. So there are ways to do it.
Thank you. Ryan Garcia.
Hey, I just want to chime in for the committee's consideration to the extent that we're going to be honing in on very specific policy recommendations, which I'm not always necessarily a fan of, as someone who thinks that this document should be largely a policy, or rather a philosophical, values-driven document. But I do think, to the extent that the language that exists is relatively vague and not really demonstrative to our own party or people outside of it, why we are necessarily against these types of strict regulations, to the representative's point, I would be in favor of being more specific about what those restrictive regulations are that we think make it more difficult, which is the spirit of why we're opposed to these types of regulations.
Oh, thank you, Ryan. Let's see. Sorry, my box of hands is very, very small. Janice Schwartz.
Thank you. I've worked as an election judge since 2008, and this law is very restrictive because the way the Republicans wrote it was to give favor to people that are more likely to vote Republican. For example, a handgun license, I guess what's it, hidden carry, can be used as ID, but a student ID cannot. And for a lot of people, the fact to get transportation, to even get a driver's license or a voter ID, even though it's free, you still have to get the documentation, and there are a lot of hurdles. And it's discriminatory because it makes it much harder for somebody who is poor to get that type of ID. So it's discriminatory against poor people. It's discriminatory against people that are more likely to vote Democratic. So even though they've improved it quite a bit, it's not as terrible as it used to be. It's still discriminatory. So.
Oh, thank you. Paul Colbert.
Yeah, Joy, I agree with what you said, but there were actually there was a lot of opposition to the voter ID thing from the Valley also, because a large number of people in the Valley, particularly in before the 1960s, were delivered by midwives who didn't necessarily register birth certificates at the time of birth. And one of the things that the Republicans did to make this particularly discriminatory is they said, okay, you've got to have a Texas driver's license. And then they also passed a law that said in order to get a Texas driver's license, you have to present a birth certificate that a lot of people don't have access to. So there's all sorts of reasons why this stinks. But again, we can't convince the general public that there shouldn't be photo IDs because they think there's these long lines of people impersonating voters. So that's why my suggestion is that we repeal the highly restrictive and discriminatory elements of the Texas voter ID law rather than just repealing the law. And I think that we need to give some recognition to the fact that there is public support for having a voter ID law, whether it makes no sense or not.
All right. As Rachel was amenable to that change, are there any objections to keeping the plank as amended?
I object.
Okay. So we will go ahead and take a vote on that. So let's start with a voice vote. If it's not clear, we'll do a record or a roll call vote through the spreadsheet.
Can I
Yes.
have one more amendment? Can we delete the word "the" and just say repeal highly restrictive and discriminatory elements of the Texas voter ID law?
Yes.
Repeal highly restrictive. Yeah. Repeal.
Okay. Maybe.
Highly restrictive.
Okay. It doesn't show up because it's going to show up like a double strike through. So all those in
I would
favor.
prefer keeping the in there because it makes our point that we consider aspects of the Texas law to be highly restrictive and discriminatory. So I'd rather keep the in there.
Okay. Rachel, any feedback on that?
I mean, I don't feel that strongly either way over the word "the." So, yeah. So
Okay.
that's fine.
All right, so we will leave, for the time being, we'll leave V. So we're voting on, for, I'm trying to think of what's going to be the most clear. Okay, for the sake of this vote, an I vote is to keep the, plank as amended. A nay vote is to strike the vote as amended. So all those in favor of keeping the platform plank
Sorry,
as a,
I'm
not
still
sure that's
confused.
clear.
I don't think that's clear. So, because that's two separate things. So are we first voting on Paul's amendment? So, because it seems as though we're not going to strike it. So we're either keeping it as it was originally or keeping it as Paul has suggested to amend it. Is that
so
correct?
Rachel was amenable. We can do them separately. Because Rachel was amenable to Paul's change, I went ahead and made that change, but we can vote on the change and then vote on whether or not to keep it. If that's preferable to folks.
I feel like that's backwards.
Yeah, if there's no objection to the change, then that becomes the substitute motion for the original motion. And
Correct.
Then Sky is correct. The question then is, do we adopt the amended language? And if we don't adopt the amended language, then the existing platform language stays.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. No, you're correct. Okay, so I'm going to remove this strike through so that everybody can read it. So the question is now voting on the change. So an I vote adds elements of the, a nay vote leaves it as originally drafted. So all those in favor of amending the original plank indicate so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed indicate by saying nay.
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 It's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it.
Can I move for a recorded vote on this one?
You can. So everybody's going to go through the spreadsheet.
Mhm.
So, Laura, if you don't mind dropping that again, just because I know we've had a couple of folks come and go.
Is it the same spreadsheet we had before, or do we have to reopen it?
It is, so the spreadsheet should read, hang on, my tab is in the way. The title of the spreadsheet is Permanent Platform Committee Roll Call Sheet. And it should be linked in the chat.
Voting on striking.
Yes. Please tell me what we're voting on
yes
again.
vote is to add the language of elements of the, or elements of, and a no vote is to leave the platform language as it previously existed.
So we're voting on an amendment.
Could you please?
Could you make that vote 2 under column G, since we have several folks who had voted in vote 1 as a test?
Oh.
Can also just remove all the check marks.
Okay.
Either way, whichever.
Could you please go back to the Google Docs?
Oh, wait. Well, sorry.
1 second.
I believe, Marco, did you hide vote 1?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
So we're voting in.
I can go back to screen sharing.
Can we repeat the motion, what we're voting on, please?
Or wait, I mean, I moved. I think I moved an error. Did we second it? Or does it need to be seconded to have a recorded vote?
So all you have to do is call for a roll call vote. It's
Okay.
it's not actually a motion. You just have to request one.
Can I cancel my request on this one? Sorry. Ugh, it's late for me.
That's okay.
What in the opinion of the chair, it was.
I was gonna say that the nays had it.
Okay, then I'll cancel my call I guess. Yeah.
Then I would call for the vote.
Yeah.
So either
It'll
way,
be
it
good
will just be
practice
called. Yeah.
regardless.
Okay.
We might as well figure it out while everybody's brains are kind of working.
Yep.
Can I please, what am I writing at the top as to what we're voting on? For the sake of the minutes.
We are, so Laura, we're voting on whether or not to add, I don't know how you want to phrase this at the top, the phrase elements of the to this plank.
To
the voter ID plank.
Gotcha. Made column G quite large, but okay.
I'd
Are
rather
there
be
any
able to
members
read it
that
than
are,
look through it.
are there any members that have not been able to vote and need me to vote for them?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, say your name one at a time. Who's the first person?
Shirley,
Shirley, are you voting yes or no?
I'm voting yes.
Who's the next person?
Joy Chevalier.
Joy, yes or no?
I like to keep it as it is already written.
So is that a yes or a no?
So it's a no to the amendment.
Yeah. Are there any other members who have not voted?
Yes, Saudi Ahmed.
Sadi, yes or
Right,
no?
right. No.
Okay. Any other members who have not voted?
I haven't voted.
Sabrina, are you yes or no?
Yes.
Any other members that need help voting? Madam Secretary, I think everyone's voted.
Yeah, that's okay. If nobody else needs to vote, then Madam Chair, it looks like the motion has failed from 11 to 8.
Okay. So the language stays. Well, thanks on that. Thank y'all for that. Thank you for navigating the spreadsheet with us. I'm gonna switch back to screen sharing.
Madam Chair, when you switch back to screen sharing, does it say take over?
Let's find out. Yes.
Okay, cool, sweet.
Okay, can I get a thumbs up if folks can see my screen?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, you're down to our next item. All right. The suggestion is to strike, incorporate paper backups and an auditable paper trail into voting systems. Rachel, any background or context?
No, I'm confused about it. Don't we already do this? We already have paper that we insert into the thing, and that is backup, right?
Yes,
Yes.
Marco?
we do.
Yeah, I'm not sure why someone would want to strike this. This is what's in place in all the new voting machines. If a county has bought a voting machine in the last, couple of years, this is in place. I don't know why you want to strike this.
Because it already
Okay.
is existing. So
No,
why would
wouldn't want to strike. Am I understanding that that's what you said, Marco?
So I mean that's not everywhere, right? It's only the counties that have those voting machines. So we essentially stand for this.
Oh, you're saying there are some counties that don't have it.
I mean, yeah, some counties are still voting by paper. But if you have a voting machine, and it's been bought in the last couple of years, it has this implemented.
Right. Okay, but you're saying there are still some that don't have it, which is why we need it in the platform.
Yes.
Okay, then that's fine. Then I can take away my deletion.
Okay. I can do that for you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so
Madam
this,
Chair,
I know.
I have a
Yes,
administrative note.
yes.
Hey, Laura, if you can help me, if I'm not helping facilitate the roll call vote, just so we can maintain the integrity of what was cast. If you could lock down the 2 columns after voting is closed, I think you know how to do that. And get me offline if you need any help, if that's okay, Madam Secretary. Thank you.
All good, Laura?
Oh, and then after you lock them down, it'd be a good idea, at least for the committee, visibly to just hide those votes. That way, you know, they don't get as confused once we get a lot of them.
That's a good idea.
Okay, thank you.
Paul?
Question for Marco. Given the craziness of the Republicans who are opposed to having electronic voting machines, do we need to have something in here in favor of maintaining electronic voting machines that have a paper trail?
Madam Chair, that sounds like a really good idea.
Paul, could you draft that language and we can come back up to it?
I will do my best.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we are on the top of page 9. So we have a suggestion for an addition, and then we have someone who has made a note to strike through that. So the addition is the recalibration to recalibrate the Supreme Court of the United States to equalize the number of justices in federal circuits and work to elect members of Congress who support its expansion. Fritz, background.
That is not a addition. That's my comment on it.
Oh, sorry.
And I was advocating for the removal of it, which is already in the platform.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
I don't
So
know.
so your motion is to strike that bullet point.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion on that?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
This is definitely a progressive Democratic flank. There are 13 circuits and there are 9 justices. So as far as overseeing those circuits, Alito oversees 2, Roberts oversees 3, and all of the rest oversee 1. As we could see, that's kind of like leaning already into the Republicans. And I know that there's concern that if we expand the Supreme Court to mirror the number of circuits, that, well, what's going to stop the Republicans from doing the same? Well, if we tie it to the number of circuits, they would have to also pass legislation to increase the number of circuits. So there is a stopgap there. Also, there's nothing preventing them from doing that, you know, if Trump were to be elected, to just do it immediately anyway. So I don't think that's a great argument. And it circuits, equaling the circuits.
Okay. I see several hands looks like now first is going to be Aisha.
Yes, I would just like to echo the previous speaker's point. I don't think that the argument that it may happen in the future and the other side could do it in the future stands really in the situation, because the point of having this as a platform is to basically address the current issue and the current problem that we're facing. And so to that point, I would like to keep it as is.
Thank you. Daniel, are you speaking for or against?
I think I would be for eliminating this.
Okay, so
I'm going to tell you, no, it's not true. But I remember when FDR got in trouble. But no, that's not true. But he did, and there was a huge uproar because he was going to pack the Supreme Court. I think that sort of built into the response. And although I do like the idea of it being, you know, associated with the circuit courts, and that's probably a good option to take, but I would tend to want to stay away from this as being somewhat politically radioactive.
Okay. Fritz, I know you spoke briefly, but not so much on the subject, so go ahead.
My concern is with the view of the Supreme Court. We already have one of the lowest approval ratings of the Supreme Court. Well, all people are going to see if we expand the court is just because you replace the Joeys in the kangaroo court doesn't actually mean it's less corrupt. So my concern is that to the average voter, when they hear where the Democrats added 4 more justices, all they're going to hear is, great, it's even more political now. I don't think I think adding these justices to the court would just make it even less trustworthy as an institution. And that's ultimately a bigger threat to our democracy than just having a few conservative justices who we could just wait out.
Thank you. Daniel Ayala.
So I would say that we currently already feel that it's too political, right? And the Democratic Party in general tends to feel that way. So because we're speaking for the Democratic Party, we should then be in favor of us trying to make it to where Sky, her view on tying it to the circuits, because right now it definitely feels like we wait them out. Yeah, but what do we got? Another 30, 40, 50 years if they last as long as Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So I think it makes much more sense to Democrats to fall in line with this. I know Republicans wouldn't like it, but at least Democrats would.
Okay, that is 3 speakers against the deletion and 2 in favor. Is there another speaker in favor of the deletion?
I'm in favor of the deletion.
Okay, you are welcome to speak.
I agree with Daniel's sentiment. We're wading into volatile territory of which we don't know the ramifications. I absolutely think we should just stay away from it. I don't know that there's been any conclusion within the Democratic Party. So why are we going to add to the divisiveness by putting something in that divides people? How is this helpful to us? I just don't see it.
Okay. So that's 3 in favor and 3 against. I'm going to go ahead and
Can we make a motion or no? Would that count as part of the 3 and 3?
We can. I was going to call for. I was just going to go ahead and call for a roll call vote, just because it is divisive. I figure we'll go ahead and jump to that. But if you would like to move as such, feel free to do so.
I was just going to invite Skylar to make a modification to cap the number of Supreme Court justices to the circuit courts, and if she could articulate that and maybe make an amendment and then vote on it potentially.
So I will say that our parliamentarian is watching, and I've already been chided for taking amendments mid motion. I mean, lovingly chided. Hi, Dina. Is that so let us, I think if I'm understanding it correctly, and would be the most appropriate would be to vote up or down on this, and then if someone wanted to make a motion to add an additional language, we could do that, but doing so in the midst of what is effectively already a motion with the strike through is going to end us with a little bit of that same confusion that we got into with that last vote.
Yep.
Oh, thank you. Okay, let us go ahead and use the spreadsheet again, just because I suspect this one's not going to be easily determined by a voice vote. So Laura, if we can get a tab ready for that for folks.
So the yes is for the deletion?
Yes would be for a deletion. No is to keep the plank.
And I have hidden the previous votes, so the first 2 columns are the correct ones to vote in. To clarify, we are on the recalibrate the Supreme Court. Is that what we're?
Yes.
And nay is to keep.
Correct. Okay. Yes is to do the strike through. Nay is to keep.
Parliamentary inquiry, Madam
Yes.
Chair. Based on the previous statement by the parliamentarian, would that therefore prevent anyone making a motion to, making a different motion to amend the language rather than to strike it? Or would that just be the next motion that somebody could make?
That's a great question. Let me ask her. I want to give you the
I
most
disagree
correct
with
answer.
parliamentarians' ruling because you can always offer a substitute amendment, but or substitute motion, but.
She's calling me. Give me a second.
It's like watching the replay at a football game.
Hey, Jeannie, we're on that first column again, or first two columns. They hid the last vote.
Oh, wait a second. Okay, so I need to be, if I want to vote no, I vote in column J, you mean?
That's correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry.
Who,
Trying to help.
is there anyone who needs help voting?
I need help. I'm Shirley Maxagamba.
What was your vote?
No.
I do as well.
Somebody just voted in column L, and I think that's not where they meant to vote, but.
Thank you.
Who needed assistance?
That was Joy Chevalier.
Joy, how do you vote?
No, if I got that right, to strike.
No to strike. Okay.
This is I also need assistance. It's me. I don't have access, so if you come for me, and I'll.
You cut out right before your vote. Was it yes or no?
Okay. No, Sadia, no.
I did just grant you access, but if you're still having trouble, I'll go ahead and vote for you. To anybody else? Okay, Madam Chair, if that is all of our voting members, then the vote has failed 13-4.
Okay, so the blank stays, and the clarification that I got from the parliamentarian is something that I think we can apply kind of across the board. So in this case, if we had voted to strike it down entirely, then we couldn't make an edit to the existing language. Effectively, think of it in terms of an order of operations. That's kind of what my like more math brain went to. So we can only edit in terms of making language changes to what is in front of us, if that makes sense. Let me find my screen. So, if we have a strike through and it passes, then there's nothing in front of us and we can't make an edit to that. If we have a strike through and it fails, like this just did, then what's left is the existing language, and someone can make a motion to amend that language as it exists. So someone could now, what is left is the full plank as it was originally written in the previous two platforms. Someone could make an amendment, as you know, we've gone through all of these others, or make a motion to amend it to say something different. Same thing going forward with edits that someone else is already making. So this one is kind of a little bit cleaner because it is a full strike through. But if we were to do a partial or a replacement, it would be the same thing. We complete the action that's in front of us, and then we can edit the remaining text. If you want to edit text that would be struck through or would be replaced, the action needs to be to then vote down that motion that is currently in process. So if you want to edit, for example, the one we just worked on, you vote down the strike through and then we edit from there. Does that make sense to folks?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Do you
can I
have a clarifying question that I might be able to help with?
Yeah, let me offer a suggestion for an alternative procedure. And that's that before we get to the calling for votes on things, ask if anyone has a substitute motion. That way we're not cutting people off without intending to cut people off.
We could do that if the original author is amenable to a substitute motion. I think
Right,
that works for me.
Right, and a substitute motion is always amenable to, it has to be amenable to the existing person, or else it is a separate vote. But if it's not,
right,
asking for it first would prevent us from accidentally cutting off people who might have a middle ground that might be acceptable.
Yes, I believe that is passable, though I know Dina's still watching and I'm sure I will get a text if that's not the case.
I'll be glad to argue with the parliamentarian, having run a few of these committees over the years.
So I am at per that vote and I see hands. I'm gonna catch us up with where we are pending that vote, so that what's in front of us reflects that. Where is the deletion?
Right there.
This should only do comments. Let's see. Oh, here we go. No.
Here, I can
There it
delete.
is.
Yeah.
Okay. Based on that. Okay. Laurel, I see your hand.
Yes, I make a motion to delete the language from and work to elect members of Congress who supports its expansion. That's the way we do with every plank, is we work for either Congress or state legislator to do it. So it's, to me, it doesn't make sense.
Okay. Are there any objections to that motion? Just to clarify, if you object, we can still vote on it, but otherwise I'm taking a vote based on unanimous consent, just to speed us along. All right, hearing no objections. That is well taken and amended. Okay, next I see Skylar's hand. Skylar Walker, clarify.
All right. So rephrase this. This would be the rewrite. Okay. And I'll type it in after I read it to you. Recalibrate the Supreme Court of the United States by tying the number of justices to the number of federal circuit courts, period.
Yeah.
Does that look right?
Federal circuit courts.
Federal circuit courts. Okay. All right. Paul, discussion.
Yeah, can I offer a friendly amendment? Make it simpler by just saying tie the number of Supreme Court justices to the number of federal circuit courts.
So skipping the first clause?
Yeah. I don't think we need
Yeah.
to say recalibrate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I accept that friendly amendment.
Okay, so it would read, tie the number of justices to the number of federal circuit courts.
Supreme Court justice.
Supreme Court justices.
Sorry. Nope, there still needs to be a space. And I'll fix my capitalization later down the line.
And you
Okay.
to say United States Supreme Court justices because there are also there's also a Texas Supreme Court. Although it says federal, but still.
Okay.
Yes, friendly.
Any discussion? Any objection to approval? Hearing none, that is approved. Excellent. Thanks, y'all. I'm gonna fix my extra space. Okay. Let's go back up. Marco?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm gonna step out, but I'll be right here if you need me for any reason. I'm gonna try to get some other work done, but feel free to signal me or have someone shoot me a message, and I'm happy to come back.
Awesome. Thank you.
You have other work, Marco?
The idea that we're not the center of his whole day. Come on now. Okay, we're gonna move back up just because otherwise I'm gonna forget about it. And while we're all still kind of thinking about voting and such, and go back up to where Paul has made an adjustment to indicate support for electronic voting systems, to clarify. So the language is an edit to the existing plank on paper backups, and it now reads, support the use of electronic voting systems that utilize paper backups and an auditable paper trail. Is there any discussion?
Looks good.
Are there any objections? All right, hearing none, that's approved. Thank you, Paul. Good flag on that.
The folks in Kerrville will wish that they had that language where they had to hand count all their ballots.
Yeah.
Gracious. Yes. Okay. We have a recommendation to delete. The language says, ensure Texas voters continue to have the right to vote for the members of the judiciary at every level by opposing efforts to change and eliminate judicial elections. Rachel, any background?
Sure. I think it's pretty funny that y'all think that it's more fair to have elected judges. I assure you it is not. As the lawyer in this group who practices in front of the judges, they campaign and they get funding from law firms who then appear in front of these judges. It's actually more fair to have appointed judges. Those judges are actually impartial. The ones who are partial are the ones who are getting a lot of funding from law firms that appear in front of the judges. So happy to speak more on it, but that's the truth.
Thank you. Daniel Tuft.
Yes, I lived in California for a long time, and one of my best friends became a judge. Their system is basically you only have elections when there are open spots. After the judge is elected or appointed, they run for re-election unopposed. Basically, it's yes or no vote. So the people get to comment on on their quality, but they don't run opposed. And I think that's one of the things in California. I hate to say this, it actually works well.
They call those retention elections.
Right.
All right. Next, Skylar Walker.
So I hear Rachel giving Hamilton's argument in Federalist 78. You could tell I'm a former AP US government teacher. Saying that the appointed judges are unbiased, I think we can look at our Supreme Court of the US to see that that is not the case. They're still engaged in politics. And in Texas right now, if we had appointed judges, they would not be Democrats. And so electing in the state is, at this point, the only way we're going to be able to get judges that see our point of view on this platform and these issues.
Thank you. Aisha.
I had a point of information first before my comment.
Go for it.
Are we currently discussing, is the strikeout a motion and therefore I'm not able to make a motion to amend at this time? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then I'll have my discussion point and I'll wait to see how the vote goes. Just regarding the concern about keeping this or striking the language altogether, I understand the point made by Rachel, but at the same time, I think the right of voting is something that is really important as well for the people. So again, I know we can't make a motion right now, but I just want to put this into the universe, is that there could be a better way to phrase this, so that we're not having to strike out the people's right to vote, but also address the concerns that are raised, which sounds like it's borderline corruption is kind of what I'm hearing. So just something to think about.
Thank you. Laurel.
Coming from the valley, if I supported this, I would be probably run out of the area. Because I know we would have all Republican judges down here if they were appointed.
Okay, we've had 2 for, and 3 against, so I can hear one more speaker for.
Parliamentary inquiry, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Again, I had made the suggestion that if somebody wants to, that you ask to see if anyone wants to offer a substitute motion, and that wouldn't be cut off by a motion to, if there's a motion to delete. Are we not doing it that way?
Oh, that is, thank you. My brain got stuck on just rolling in and treating each suggestion as a motion. But we should entertain alternatives first. Let's hear from other folks who've got hands raised on kind of finish out discussion with one more speaker. And then if Rachel is amenable to alternate language, then let's go that route first. Okay, Tim, are you speaking for or against the deletion?
Neither, actually. Just to have a point of clarification. If I'm reading the comments correctly, it looks like Leonard actually suggested the language as a motion first. So the language itself does not exist in the platform, if I'm reading this correctly. So the initial motion really is to add the language. Rachel then added a comment to delete it after.
You are correct. As it appears on my screen, I see the same. So Leonard, as the original author, then that falls to you. As for any discussion around potential alternate language, Aisha, you had some ideas on potentially reframing.
Yes. I don't have the exact language prepared, but I would maybe defer to Rachel, but something along the lines of some sort of checks and balances to ensure, just the whole anti-lobbying concern that was raised. I can think on it if anyone else has suggestions.
No, absolutely. Rachel, any way that you see forward as to making an amendment on the addition? So as it stands right now, the first motion that we would be discussing would be to make the addition. Depending on how that vote goes, we would vote. So we would vote up or down on whether or not to add it. If it's added, we can vote. We would vote on the strike through, and then we could vote on amending the language. But to Paul's point, I think we can make an amendment, just make a change before we have a motion before us.
I have a substitute motion, at least in part, and somebody may want to add to it. I don't like the thing that says change or, and I say that as somebody who repeatedly carried legislation to change the manner in which we elected judges, and specifically in the extremely large counties like Harris County and Dallas County, where nobody knows who the hell the people are that are running for judge. I tried to break the large counties up into smaller judicial districts. And I also had a provision, speaking to Rachel's concern, that would prevent the people from those smaller districts, the judges from those smaller districts then, from presiding over cases that involved people who were in their district to vote for them. So that in essence, there would be a little bit of an arm's length on it. So I'm not going to make suggestions for what changes ought to be, but I would offer the friendly amendment to delete the words change or, so it would say, we would only be opposing efforts to eliminate judicial elections. I might add, if there were limitations put on on contributions to judicial elections or all sorts of other such limits, those would be ruled out by the existing language of the proposed provision here, and that's what another reason to take out change or.
Okay, is Leonard on? Oh, yeah, I
Yes,
see him.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So, about the donations on the judicial campaigns, aren't there limits on the donations already?
I believe there are limits.
Okay. I mean, the whole premise of the addition here of adding this point is just because of the governor. And so our governor is already moving to try to replace, and our state legislature is already trying to replace judges across the board. And there's a new business court that he already has, that he's already placing his judges in these spaces. And they're moving to get after judges across the board. So that this is, we were talking about Republicans and in different sections of this platform and fearful of Republicans. Well, this is specifically to go against that and the governor and his attempt to take over the state completely. And in this specific case. So I would hope that everybody on the platform here would agree with me that the governor is not a friend of ours and is an enemy of ours and is trying to he's moving in every possible direction to take the state away from us. And so I would ask for the support to keep it as is.
Okay. I will add, I'm keeping up with the parliamentarian on the side and getting some feedback on kind of the order of operations in which we do things. And what I think makes the most sense, given the feedback here, is let's take a vote on the language as submitted, and then same as before, depending on passage, we will proceed accordingly based on whether folks want to make motions to make amendments or want to, in this case, we wouldn't take a separate vote to strike something that we did just put up, but by making the advocacy for the strike through, we can treat Rachel's what is effectively a suggestion here as an advocacy to vote the amendment down. So with that, let's
That leaves out the ability to offer amendments to language.
So correct. We would amend after the fact based on the recommendation that Dean is offering is that we effectively not use friendly amendments, that they are going to create more chaos than unfortunately than they are going to do clarity. I think if we have something small, like an individual language, I'm amenable to that, but especially here where it doesn't sound like we have an immediate, it's not an immediate fix. Let's not use friendly amendments. They don't exist in Roberts. And so we want to proceed as cleanly as it can, even if it means we do have to take multiple votes on the same line. So let's go ahead and vote on this. An aye vote is to add the language. A nay vote is not to add the language. So all those in favor of adding the platform plank indicate so as by saying aye.
Procedural inquiry, Madam Chair. Does that cut off the ability to then offer an amendment to change the language as added?
After it was added, it can be amended.
Yeah.
Can be, okay.
Yes, so we would be able to amend if it was added, but if it is not added, we would need a new motion with different language.
Okay, understand.
No, good question. Okay, sorry, well, let's go ahead and take that vote again, just because it'll be easier to hear them next to each other. All those in favor of adding the plank indicate so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed indicated so by saying nay.
Nay.
Okay, it is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
I would offer an amendment to the language that has been adopted to strike the words change or.
Okay.
So we would be opposed to eliminating judicial elections, which the governor is in fact doing. But it would it would allow for us to make reasonable changes to the election process.
Is there any discussion? If y'all will raise your hands. And I have highlighted the proposed language to strike through. All right. Hearing no discussion, is there any objection to removing this language? Hearing no objection, that is adopted. Okay. We are down to our next addition, adding the plank, support the establishment of a limit on campaign donations in state elections. Sky.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, so helping out with an election and just the fact that anybody can just give as much money to Greg Abbott as they want, or to any member of the state house. We've got problems with the voucher scams coming through, and it's being funded by these billionaires out in West Texas. We've got federal limits on campaign contributions. I think we should have state limits on campaign contributions.
Federal limits don't mean anything.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to offer
Laurel.
the amendment again.
So that's going to go in the same, in basically the same order as we would have done before. Though if you want to include what you would want to amend to in your discussion, you're welcome to do so. So go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I would replace state with Texas elections, because it's not just state elections. It's not just the governor. It's happening in school board elections. It's happening in state representative races, which may or may not be under the definition of what a state election is. But I would just say in Texas elections, because for that matter, in city and county elections, we have the best governments money can buy right now.
Sky, is that a change that you're acceptable of?
Yeah, I'll go in and fix that. I agree with that.
Perfect. Okay. Any discussion? Laurel.
I spent almost my entire career doing campaign finance law, including working at the Federal Election Commission. Campaign limits do not work. There are ways around them, many loopholes. And at least with this, we have transparency. When you start doing campaign finance limits, you start having all these different PACs creep up that are funded by the same people. But by then, you have to go through multiple steps to find the transparency who has been given to all these different PACs.
All right. Any other discussion? Aisha.
So just similarly, I think like the recurring logic that I'm hearing on some of these points that are being made for the benefit of the system is that they're not helpful or they don't work for specific reasons. And so I guess I would just encourage folks to just think of ways to address the issues as opposed to just completely saying that this is not a good addition. So I would support this because I do think that it can be helpful. And I've also done a lot of campaign financing. I do understand the separate concern regarding the PACs, but I think that needs to be addressed in a separate bullet point.
Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor of adding this plank indicate so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed indicate so by saying nay.
Nay.
It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Right. Down to our last bullet point, the addition of the phrase "and state." So mandate every federal and state candidate disclose their complete federal tax return. Janice, any background?
I think that would be very helpful for state elections, not just federal.
Any discussion?
I don't know if I can ask for an amendment, move for an amendment to. They're placing private holdings in a blind trust for divestment for any state candidate, like literally any, I guess that seems very, very broad.
Maybe statewide would be good.
That's what I was going to suggest. Statewide.
Yes. Yeah, like Abbott and Paxton and all those other cronies.
And Railroad Commission members.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay.
Statewide was what I would suggest.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
Okay. Any additional discussion with that change? Joy?
Can you clarify placing any private holdings in a blind trust for divestment? Can we clarify? We're talking effectively, individuals are being forced to have to create or be able to support, and candidates come from all sorts. Statewide candidates come from all sorts of financial backgrounds or economic backgrounds, but having to create blind trust for divestments, this is really, really complicated. It is expensive. It's expensive to undo. And talk about discouraging candidates. I'm trying to understand what is the goal here. And yeah.
Is there anybody that wants to offer any background? I know that was existing platform language, but if somebody has any additional information that might be helpful. This is not something on which I can speak intelligently. Daniel?
Yeah, I think that I don't know what the divestment part of it. We don't. I mean, in the past, when federal officials have put their holdings in a blind trust, they just did that. I mean, that was not the main idea here, which probably should apply at least at some level, is to not let them be able to manipulate the laws that they pass or the actions they take based on their own benefit. It's not that we have somebody that's got a bunch of money that we want to give it away. It's just that the idea was to put it in a blind trust where they wouldn't know how it was being invested, so they couldn't do things to benefit their own account. So I have no problem with the blind trust. I know I remember historically a lot of federal cabinet members and presidents, vice presidents have done this. And again, I think you probably have to have a minimal level where if your whole estate is worth less than $35, you wouldn't have to do this. But in some level where it would be required. But I don't understand the for divestment at all, because that would mean you're asking them to give it away or sell it.
Right. You're forcing them to sell it. You're forcing people to, that doesn't seem very democratic.
Makes
To
sense.
sell their companies or to sell what is the income revenue for their families, because as a candidate, it is hard to hold a job. Therefore, what you do have has to be used to support your households, pay for childcare, and
I will flag that the divestment portion is only upon election, in case that colors anybody's discussion on it, though just that's from a technical perspective. Let's jump to Paul Colbert.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this actually started out in the platform in response to a certain former president who refused to disclose his tax returns and maintained control of his company in a manner in which large numbers of foreign entities were able to violate a certain constitutional provision by remunerating the president for actions that were favorable to them. So that's why the language is in there. I would suggest a couple of modifications to the language. One of them is I would put any significant private holdings, and then I would strike out for divestment. I would just say that they would put any significant private holdings in a blind trust.
Okay, so let's take each of those one at a time. I do see a couple of hands up that were up. I want to check in on folks, see if they're still up or we have additional things. Aisha, oh, they all went down. Y'all are awesome. And okay, so let us take these piece by piece. So first, is there any additional discussion on adding and statewide? Is there any objection to adding and statewide? Okay, hearing none, that is adopted. Next, we can take these together or separate. Paul, it's up to you.
Whichever.
Okay, let's do together to start with. Is there any discussion on adding significant and striking for divestment? Is there any objection to adding significant and striking for divestment? Okay, hearing none, that is adopted. Good clarification. Shirley.
Did we add upon election?
Did we? It is already in the language. I just highlighted it, so it's easy to see.
Sorry.
No, you're okay. I think that is what was an important element for everybody. So I'm glad you checked. Oops. Sorry, I deleted a letter. Okay. On down to the bottom of page 9. So the first edit, let's see. So this would rephrase the first part of the sentence. So instead of force elected officials to recuse themselves from the discussion and voting on legislation that would directly financially benefit themselves or their families, it would now read, elected officials should recuse themselves from discussion, and so on and so forth. Rachel.
Yeah. Are we really going to use the word force? I mean, we really should be careful with the language that is in this platform. So I think what I'm saying is the same thing, just I'm not saying it where it sounds crazy.
Shirley?
Oh, I'm sorry, my hand should be down.
Oh, that's okay. Any other discussion?
Let's see, okay. All right.
Any objections?
So, what page are we on again? I'm sorry.
We're at the bottom of page 9. We are at the bullet point that, what's the fourth bullet point from the bottom?
Okay.
So the new language will read, elected officials should recuse themselves from discussion and voting on legislation that would directly financially benefit themselves or their families. Laurel?
My problem with should is that it means that they should do it, but doesn't mean that they have to. So instead, if we did something like must recuse themselves, which is stronger.
Rachel?
Anything is better than force, so I'm fine with that.
Okay. Okay, Tim? Oh, yes, go ahead.
Sorry. From discussion, they're not allowed to, we're limiting what they discuss. I'd maybe say take out I would maybe say take out from discussion and just say recuse themselves voting on legislation. Like, how are you going to tell them they can't discuss? I don't know. That's really, I don't know. Is that all you
do you want to amend your original motion, or do you want to take it in the original piece and kind of take those separately?
I would take out the from discussion. We can do it separately.
Okay. So starting with just that first portion, I still see hands for discussion. So Tim McDaniel.
So quick thing, or 2 points. One, I support leaving it as is, but if we do take out that first word, we need another verb, or something to make it fit the, the platform precedent or whatever. I'm drawing a blank on the word, but it needs to be an action word at the beginning of the sentence to fit the platform structure.
That is an
So I
excellent
wouldn't
point.
change it.
Daniel?
Would it be okay to switch it to require elected officials to recuse themselves?
Rachel?
Sure.
So that leaves, that would make this the same. So effectively, all that would do is, in the original suggestion, is change force to require. Any additional discussion on that? Shirley.
Mandate, would that be a good word? Mandate elected officials to recuse themselves?
No.
Rachel, do you have a preference?
Yes, require.
Okay. Paul?
Yeah, I was going to suggest require as part of the reason I raised my hand, but the other is I agree with the concern about recusing themselves from discussion. Because just as a good example, one of the reasons we got some good things done a number of years ago in the legislature was because we had a nurse from Austin who was a state representative who used her nursing background to be able to convince her fellow members that certain changes were needed in the interest of public health. So what I would suggest would be that we have them recuse themselves from voting and disclose in discussion any direct financial impact.
Okay. So are there any objections to replacing force with require in this plank? Okay, hearing none. That is adopted. And then the next suggestion was striking discussion and. So it would read. Require elected officials to recuse themselves from voting on legislation that, and then so on and so forth. Is there any discussion?
Can I add into that and disclose in discussion any such financial benefit?
Where after the strike through?
No, it would have to be benefit them that would directly benefit themselves or their families, and disclose in discussion any such benefit.
Okay. Any discussion on that?
Good reasons to require them to do that.
Yes. Any discussion on that change? Any objection to that strike through and addition? Hearing none, that is adopted.
I can also tell you a funny story about that, but I won't take up our time.
We need a post-platform storytelling party with Paul. Can only imagine.
It involved Bill Heatley, the Duke of Paducah.
Our next edit is a suggested strike. The new sentence would read, establish an office of an independent prosecutor to investigate any statewide elected or appointed official who is accused of unlawful conduct. Rachel.
Prosecution would only occur after there's been an investigation. So you can't say that someone who is accused, they have to be investigated and prosecuted. It would just be, you'd be investigated, and then if they find that there's unlawful conduct, then you would prosecute. So it's like giving, I guess, I'm taking, this doesn't make any sense to, I think, say, and prosecute if they haven't actually found, just based on accused of unlawful conduct.
That makes sense. Any discussion?
Well, I think the point is badly worded in the language that's in here, but that's that you need to decide whether the prosecution will be done by the special prosecutor if there is a prosecution to be had, as opposed to giving it over to either the local to the felon general, I'm sorry, the attorney general that we have in the state right now, and or to whoever the local official is in the accused person's county that happens to be part of their political machine. So the idea, I think, is to separate the prosecution from the current prosecution structure. But I understand your point about saying that you prosecute them whether or not the investigation finds anything. So any suggested wording to where to put prosecute would be fine, but I would object to removing and prosecute in totality.
Rachel, do you have any recommendations on where we could include prosecute elsewhere?
Who's accused of, I mean, I guess you could just add something like, if unlawful.
And prosecute any identified conduct?
If necessary.
Or when appropriate, whatever, just somebody other than the current structure has to do that,
right,
that prosecution, as our felon general's case has demonstrated significantly.
Prosecute, comma, when necessary, comma.
Prosecute, or we could just say like, and prosecute such unlawful conduct.
If you want to type that out,
let me see,
in a way that makes the most sense to you, we can go from that.
Although the comma really, you don't really need a comma there, but establish an office prosecutor to investigate any statewide unlawful conduct and prosecute such unlawful conduct. I think that's fine, but what do y'all think?
Any feedback? Any objections to that change? All right, hearing none, that's approved. Thank you. Thank y'all for always editing on the fly. I appreciate it. Okay. Strike through at the very end of this section, support the establishment of a code of judicial ethics for the Supreme Court of the United States, and then striking through and work to elect members of Congress who support the same. I think Janice offered a little bit of background on this, but Janice?
Sure. I think everything in the platform, we're going to be working to elect members of either Congress or the State House to pass legislation or support our values. We don't need to add that in.
All right. Any other discussion? Any objections? All right, hearing none, that's adopted.
Can we work to impeach those who have already violated the ethical conduct?
If only.
Well, be careful what you wish for. Sotomayor has been accused of it, so.
If we lost Thomas and Alito, I would give up Sotomayor and return.
Decision calculus at work right there. Let's see.
It's the old 2-for-1 sale, right?
Okay, so I'm gonna make the executive's decision to skip through these recommendations where we have bigger chunks and don't have specific language just yet, and then we'll circle back to those because I think we can get a few more things done, and we're coming up on 10 o'clock. My leaning is that I don't know that we're going to get through the whole thing at this rate. So let's knock out some of these smaller ones while we're working on it. I know we had discussed a cutoff time, but didn't get too specific. But let's make a little bit more progress. So our next edit is switching effectively just protect and enhance Texas public education so our students are prepared. Any discussion?
Yeah, I object.
Okay. Is Lizette here to offer background?
Yes.
Well, I don't mind putting enhance. I mean, we need to enhance, but we also have to protect because it's under attack right now.
Okay, let's let Lizette get us started since she is the suggester, and then you'll be first in the queue to go next, Paul. Go ahead, Lizette.
So for this, it was really more of like a style thing, I guess, because a few lines down, it also says protect public schools. So, just a quick read through, I was kind of like, well, is it too repetitive? But I also understand Paul's point. So I don't feel super strongly either way, to be honest.
The second protect is just for funding, and it's not just funding that we need to protect our schools. It's the whole accountability process. I mean, there's any number of places where we need to protect. So the protect is a general statement, and then there are specific areas it's also important to protect.
Is there another, I'm trying to see if there's another word that we could put in either of those places, or are folks okay with the repetition?
I'm fine with the repetition.
If you haven't heard something at least 3 times, you've never heard it.
Right.
First rule of politics.
There we go. And Lizette, you said you're amenable to pulling that strike?
Right. I'm fine with that.
Okay, let's do that. All right. So we've got, next we have a strike through, protect public schools funded through local property taxes in Texas and in the United States, striking and in the United States. Janice.
So I just looking at it, that this is a state platform and we are trying to protect public schools in Texas, and I don't know why that was added or why that's part of our platform.
Skylar.
There's not federal property taxes. So in the United States is connected to the idea of local property taxes and just seems not appropriate.
Okay. I see a couple of hands. Anybody speaking in favor of keeping this? If so, keep your hands up and I'll call on y'all next. Jenny?
Yeah, this, I just, I have a comment to make protecting public schools funded through local property taxes. I was trying to figure out the best place to insert some language for Texas to become a full disclosure state. We're one of 11 states in the country that does not require title companies to report sales data from property closings to appraisal districts, which can hurt our schools that are so dependent on property taxes. But I think I had tried to insert that in another
section
of the platform, but I wasn't sure if maybe this was an appropriate place to put it since.
No, but I agree with you.
Yeah, I want it to be there somewhere. So, but I think maybe another section is more appropriate. Okay, thanks. Sorry.
No, thank you. No, I'm glad you put the bug in our ear so that we try to get that addition. Okay, are there any,
Yeah, I have my
ob-
hand raised, Madam Chair.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
It went down when I said the yes on the other thing.
Go ahead.
The reason for the local property taxes is that's what differentiates traditional school districts from charter school districts. And the whole point of this is that, and I'm not an opponent of charter schools. My son graduated from a charter school, but the way in which they are being operated, not just in Texas, but throughout the country and many of the states, is they are being used to siphon funds out of out of the public schools. Because this is a national year and we are not just electing state candidates, we are electing people to Congress, it is both a state and a federal issue. And the point of this is to protect traditional ISDs, if you will, traditional school districts that are supported by local property taxes from funding losses due to charter schools. And that is both a state and a national issue. And that's why I wouldn't strike out the "and in the United States."
Joy Chevalier.
My biggest concern about this bullet is that the lead is a little bit buried, that it isn't charter schools. The amount that they're taking out of your local property taxes to fund a charter school is insignificant against the rendition that takes your property taxes out of your district, period. Which is to the tune, at least in Travis County, of almost $680 million leaves AISD under the current funding models that go into the state's coffers. And then the charter schools get to get money out of that, right? They get to assign that. And so I think the lead is a little bit buried. I think that this is pointing at something that's not quite right here.
Let's see. Paul, go ahead.
And I'm sorry, Joy, I understand where you're coming from, but that's not an accurate description of what this says or what the issue is that's involved here. And just as a bit of background, I spent 8 years as the budget chair of education in the Texas House, and I was research director of the Senate Education Committee for 5 years before that. And I've been doing this stuff for 50 years. The issue that's involved isn't charter schools taking money from local property taxes. They don't get a penny from local property taxes. They are 100% funded by the state. But what happens is every kid that they take out of, say, for example, Austin ISD, the school district loses 100% of the per student funding that they would otherwise receive.
Agreed. I'm just saying that this bullet doesn't actually say that. This bullet says something else. That's what I'm saying. I'm not quite sure.
It doesn't. I mean, I'm telling you, it does not. Again, let me finish, please, Joy. The point is, I mean, the reason why, for example, Austin ISD has been declining in enrollment is primarily because they've had students who have. I mean, it's partly because nobody can afford to live in Austin anymore, but it's also because they've had a significant number of their students siphoned out to charter schools. And the way we fund education right now, that is money that comes at the expense of the property tax supported school districts. The other issue you were talking about has to do with recapture. That's a whole different discussion, and we could talk about that, but it's not appropriate for this particular section.
Okay, so that's fine. But I'm saying though, the text here, protect public schools funded through their local property taxes in Texas from funding losses resulting from charter schools. The issue is, and you said it, is because the students are departing, not because the direct line is there about the local property taxes and just generally funding losses. That's all I'm saying. That was confusing. That is the intentional loss of students resulting in loss of dollars to that district.
So I'm going to put a pause on this portion of the discussion and bring us back to the proposed amendment. And while we do, if folks have suggestions that they want to do, because I do agree And it sounds like the consensus across the board is that there is some room for clarity in the point in this bullet. It is touching on a couple of things, but not without spelling out enough detail to be clear to an average reader. So with that, let us consider the strike through itself. And then we can, if somebody has amendments, if you will, just go ahead and type those in, and we will make next votes depending on the, we'll just make next votes depending on how this first one goes. So with that, an aye vote strikes through and in the United States and removes it, and nay vote will leave and in the United States as written. So all those in favor of the strike through indicate so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed indicate so by saying nay.
Nay.
It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. So if we've got additional edits, feel free to make those. I'm going to jump down while folks do that to this next bullet, but we can come back up and add for some clarity. All right, our next bullet is, Joy, is your, I want to make sure that I don't move on without addressing your hand. Do you have an additional comment or is it residual? Oh, thank you, ma'am.
I put in the suggested language.
Oh, you beat me to it. Okay, let's do that before we move on then. So suggestion of from loss of students to charter schools. Okay, so we've had some discussion. Is there any discussion? All right, is there any objection to the addition? Hearing none, that is approved. Right. So our next edit is from Lizette. So striking the most and replacing it with an, and the full sentence will read, or the second clause of the sentence will read, an equitable environment, including access to the full range of services and supports called for in their individual education plans. Lizette, any context?
I'm trying to remember what the reasoning was for this. I guess just to simplify it a little, but I also understand some people might have strong feelings about keeping the most in there. So I don't personally feel strongly either way.
Okay, let's do a little bit of discussion, but if it skews, so I see a couple of hands that may skew us towards our answer. Paul.
Having a granddaughter who went through exactly the circumstance, just merely saying that they have to be in an acceptable arrangement isn't the same thing as saying that they're in the arrangement that really will help them maximize their potential. And so I would object to striking out the most equitable, because I think it makes a very, very important point that we're not just trying to get to a minimum of education, we're trying to get to a quality education.
Thank you. Laurel.
I'm going to agree with Paul on this one. The phrase "the most" is very important in this.
Hey, thank you. Any other discussion? Lizette, would you like to move on this? I know you said you're on the fence, but so we can do a vote. We can leave it prior to your edit. Up to you.
I'm fine with keeping it as is.
Okay. Right. That means this next one is skipped. Okay, this is a longer one. So let me try to scroll up so the folks can see the whole thing. I won't read the entire thing, just in the interest of time. But so we're on the bullet beginning with teach gun safety and hunter education. And I will note that we have a note here from Marco that I want to advocate for, is that it reads more like a resolution. So there is a lot of really specific language in here. That's not to say that the idea doesn't have a place in this, but I do think if this is to stay, it might need to be pared down substantially. So I want to I want to just kind of set the tone for the discussion with that, but I'm gonna jump over to Shirley to offer background.
Excuse me. I am so in favor of teaching gun safety to our children that they may have a gun in their home, but their parents never tell them of the dangers. They don't show them anything about a gun. I am very much a pro-gun advocate. I have quite a few of my own. I'm an excellent shooter. I learned how to shoot at age 8, and I would consider myself as a marksman. Right now, the way Texas has written their hunter education into their Texas Parks and Wildlife, there is a cost to obtain this hunter education certification. That cost right now is $15. That cuts this certification out for a lot of children. A lot of children do not have transportation. They might live in a small town where it's not taught. Their parents probably work and they don't have time off to take them to get this course. There's just a lot of reasons to teach it in school. Why can't we have someone from Texas Parks and Wildlife come over and teach this? And why can't we do skills training as we do, say, baseball or soccer or football? Skeet shooting is an elite sport that does cost money, but it's a competitive sport. And now the Winter Olympics have actually put shooting in their skiing, in their triathlon. So I think that we need to begin to teach this in school. The only thing that children know now is to get an AK-47 or whatever and go out and just shoot bullets. Let's teach them how to shoot. Let's begin when they're 8 years old and teach them how to shoot with a BB gun. A lot of this can be done, say, in kindergarten, just to teach a child that you don't touch a gun. This is what a gun looks like. You don't have to have one in class. You can show pictures, but just to train the children to respect the gun, and then let's put it in there for a sport because it's a lot of fun to shoot and it's really something to be proud of.
Oh, thank you. Next, Skylar.
I teach at a high school, and I would say that the very first reason that this should not be in our platform is this does not represent Texas Democrats as a whole. Furthermore, if we were to add teaching gun safety into schools, beginning with pre-K, this would need to be something in the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills. That's the TEKS, that's through TEA and the State Board of Education, something completely separate. While biathlon has been in the Olympics, the Winter Olympics for, I don't know, a long time. I'm an Olympics buff, but it's been a very long time. That doesn't put it on the same level as like swimming or, football. We do have archery at our school, but it's not people bringing bows and arrows to school to murder other kids. And so this is a hard no for me. I understand where you're coming from, but if we're in archery's in the Olympics too, and that's a sport that's already in schools, and no, I'm not going to have someone coming in to teach kids how to handle guns at my school. That's not happening. No.
Any other discussion? So, Aisha.
Yeah, I would just like to echo Skylar's concerns. I think that we're not at a place yet. While I understand the perspective of the gun safety, I just don't think that we're at that place yet as a community. We don't have the right political climate to do something like this responsibly. So I would just have to echo the previous speaker.
Daniel?
Hi, educator as well. We have a rifle team for ROTC that uses pellet guns and teaches marksmanship in that way. So I just feel like we already kind of fill that niche, and it's not necessary to expand on it from anything else.
Thank you. That is 3 speakers against. Are there any other speakers for? Okay. Let's start with a vote on this in its entirety. If, as I mentioned, I think there might be a space for a pared down version of this if it is submitted either here or in the gun safety section. But let's start with a vote on this section on its entirety. So with that, an aye vote is in favor of adding this plank, a nay vote is against adding this plank. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay.
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 It is the opinion of the chair that the nays have it.
All nays. No, there was 2 yays. One of them was the girl who did it.
Y'all. Okay. Jumping on to our next section. So we have, we're on to every student deserves a highly qualified teacher. We have a proposed strike through, striking financial support through, and then followed by classroom supplies and other essentials at their own expense. We talked about this a little bit before. Lizette?
So for this one, my initial read through, to me, it felt almost like when you say financial support, like teachers are giving money to kids or like paying bills and things like that, which didn't really sit well with me because I don't think we should necessarily normalize that type of thing. I know teachers might do things like this, but for a platform, I just didn't feel it was good to keep that in there. I do agree with the rest of it when we talk about, because I know that teachers do often, unfortunately, have to provide their own classroom supplies and other essentials that their students need to learn. But that was my, perspective behind that.
Thank you. Paul?
Yeah, my suggestion would be that we keep financial support and we strike through and put a comma after financial support, because some teachers provide financial support to their students, and they provide classroom supplies, and they provide other essentials. All of those things are true. So I would restore I would not strike through financial support. I'd put a comma after it, and I would strike through.
Any other discussion? So for that, because that, Lizette, if you're amenable to that, we can make that change up at the front as far as I'm concerned. Though it does sound like that's in contrast with what you're asking. So my leaning is to take a vote on the strike through, and then if it makes sense to add a comma for clarity after the fact, we go through that. We go through that separately. What's your take on the feedback from Paul?
I'd be willing to accept that if he feels strongly about it.
Okay.
I wish it wasn't the norm, but it is.
Any other discussion? Okay, let's do that. Great.
And strike through. No, you have to strike through.
Oh, sorry. Oh, through. Thank you. I knew I was skipping a step.
Not a problem. It's late.
Yes. And for folks, just kind of an overview for the rest of the evening. The officers and staff and I have talked through it a little bit, and we're going to aim to get through at least halfway, which puts us about page 35. We're going to aim for 11 o'clock. So if we get to page 35 before we get to 11 o'clock, then let's keep on going and try to get to 11. But I think more likely 11 o'clock gets to us first. So let's just try to get as far as we can. We're making good strides. Thank y'all for bearing with us. Okay.
You
Let's
scrolled
see.
past a few things in there.
What am I missing? So I've got, so these are highlights with questions, not, and discussion, but not individual suggestions. Let's see. Got citation. This might be a move.
Yeah.
We can let's talk about this move potentially. So this last line, being federal funding.
This is not about the move. This is a different thing.
No, so the comment here says this feels out of place in the introductory. Perhaps we remove it or move it elsewhere. So the idea is federal funding that was intended for programs to offset COVID learning losses was instead used by Republicans to supplant state funding. Any other discussion on that? I see Skylar's hand.
Yeah, I think we addressed this later down with something we already accepted, which was remember I proposed getting rid of that, particularly COVID funding, but saying we want to not supplant but supplement. So I feel like that idea has already been kind of addressed and contained further down.
I think you are correct. I don't remember. Let me see if I can find that bullet so folks can reference it.
And I'll be glad to explain how.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, this has to do with the rhetoric that Governor Abbott is currently engaged in. He's blaming school districts' budget shortfalls for them having used COVID funding for ongoing operating expenses. What school districts were using it for was the ongoing operating expenses of getting through the learning losses due to COVID, and therefore it's doubly hypocritical because what the state did was, instead of spending the state's portion of that money on getting over the potential learning losses, they literally supplanted state funds with federal funds and then put that money in to generate the record surplus that they had this time around. So it's a totally different issue. The first part of that paragraph, though, with respect to the where we are on the rankings and how much we are under the teacher pay, I put a comment in there that we may need to check with the education organization, the teacher organizations, to see if that's current or not, because I'm not sure that that's current data. But the citing them for supplanting state funds is highly appropriate and current.
I understand now, Paul. That makes sense.
Sure. Understand. It's confusing. Don't worry. I understand that too.
No, thank you both. Any other discussion on either of those highlighted portions here? That's great context. Okay. Let's see. So another question about potentially moving a section.
This is the one I thought you were talking about, and it would probably go into the expand opportunity section farther down appropriately.
Just the entire bullet point?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody, I'm going to give folks a second to read that, but anybody have any concerns about moving that? And I'll just mark it to be moved.
Too, but if they want to move it, that would be the place to move it to.
Okay. Anybody have any additional discussion on that? So this is about, this is that section we edited earlier about students with disabilities receiving education in the most equitable environments.
I think Lizette's comment was that given the context of where this is and its reference to post-secondary education, that might be inappropriate in this section. I don't care. But if you want to move it somewhere, then the place I suggested, expand
Is
opportunities.
that expand
would be a
opportunity?
place to
Okay.
put it.
All right. Anybody feel strongly about moving or staying? If not, we'll just default to the status quo. Okay. All right. We have an addition. Add appeal to the state to help fund FICA payroll taxes to the level the playing field with school personnel and the rest of the labor force, thereby protecting workers' past, present, and future payments into Social Security and adding to their retirement safety net. Any background, Ginny?
I'm sorry, let me see, where was I?
We are in the middle of page 12, if that's helpful.
Okay, yeah. This was about, yeah, FICA funding for teachers. Well, one of the things about, school teachers is, traditionally, people think they go into a profession, they stay forever and they don't pay into Social Security, and that causes problems with spousal benefits with Social Security. If school districts had to pay FICA taxes on school teachers and other school employees, and they were treated like any other workforce worker, then if they had done something before they became a teacher, or say they leave the teaching profession and do something else, they don't have to worry about paying in 40 quarters in a Social Security tax if they take the teacher annuity. Because if they take the teacher annuity, then it jeopardizes anything that they've ever paid into Social Security. And how school districts get away with that is they don't fund FICA. They get an exemption for not funding FICA, which is, Social Security and Medicare tax. I think the playing field should be leveled, and they should be treated like any other employee. Now, it would be an added payroll cost burden, so you would start out like doing it for just new teachers or letting people opt out. But people don't go into one profession and do it as a career for like 40, 45 years, like maybe they did in the past. We change careers maybe every decade or so. And so we are losing really good teachers, and we need ways to stabilize the workforce and equalize it with the rest of the workforce.
Thank you. Paul?
I agree with what Ginny has said, but it's actually a little bit more complicated than that too. There's a provision in federal law that basically says that if the teachers are drawing the state's retirement system monies, then they don't really qualify for Social Security benefits. And so I think what we need to do is level the playing field both at the state and federal level, and make sure that teachers are not excluded from receiving Social Security benefits as they currently are under federal law.
Yeah, well, I think where the exemption comes into play is they're not entitled to their spousal benefits, but if they're paying into Social Security, they would be entitled. But most school districts don't pay into Social Security for their school teachers.
Okay, next I have Skylar.
I agree with Paul here. As someone paying into TRS and not Social Security, the way this is written feels like it is, sorry, this is my dog. He's quite old. It feels like it is putting my retirement at risk. And so I think before we get to the point where we can allow teachers to pull both from TRS and from Social Security, we definitely need to push for a change at the federal level, like Paul mentioned, because we're not allowed to. So there's a step before this part of the platform that we need to push for. And so as this stands, I would not support adding it into the platform as a teacher in Texas.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right. Let's take a vote on this as it stands, and kind of as with before, if folks have additional information that they want to add, you have additional planks that you want considered, y'all can do so while we vote. So
can I make a suggestion? And that's just as I suggested earlier, that we check with the teacher groups about those statistics that were quoted in there. Can we get some suggestions from them for language that would address both the issue as Ginny raised it and the issue that Skylar and I were talking about with respect to the problem with federal law. If we could get language suggestion from them and be able to deal with that when we come back.
Ginny, are you amenable to waiting on this discussion rather than voting on it now until we've had a chance to potentially like iron out that question?
Yeah, I'll try and talk to Zev Capo and Jackie Anderson with Texas Federation of Teachers. Because I'm not in the profession myself. And I certainly wouldn't want to do anything that would jeopardize any existing pensions that teachers and other school employees receive.
As piss poor as those are.
Okay, yeah, I'll
Absolutely.
check with them and maybe revisit this next week or amend the language to be more amenable to everybody.
That sounds great. Thank you so much. All right, next we've got delete early.
Anna,
Yes,
one
sir.
other source on that might be Larry Yawn, who was on the temporary committee.
That immediately
Larry
came
knows
to
this
mind.
topic
I will,
much better
Ginny,
than
if
I
you're
do.
not connected with Larry, I can plug y'all in together.
Yeah, I don't have his current contact, so if you might want to.
Thank you. I don't know him. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I can happily help with that. He is in Welco here with me. Okay, Janice, I've got you down for deleting the word early in this conversation around acceptance to state colleges or university for teaching jobs. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to clarify this because I'm actually a mom of 2 college students, and when I think of early acceptance, is that the same as early admissions? Because typically when you apply early admissions, you apply to your dream school, and we can't really guarantee that everybody gets into their dream school, if that's what this is pointing out. I mean, I can certainly guarantee acceptance, but early, you know,
say to the college or university of their choice. It just says to a college or university.
right, but you're putting in early acceptance, so I mean, why is that being added in there?
Yeah, I don't know if there is, that's not something we discussed on temporary, so I am not sure what the context is around that. Would there be any additional discussion around deletion? Any objections to deletion? All right. That is approved. Okay, next we have we have feedback that this bullet point that's highlighted, restore, respect, and safeguard the rights and benefits of education employees, sounds like a generalized version of above relating to TRS, considering removing or avoiding, to avoid repetition. So I'll give folks a chance to just look at that. Lizette, are you referencing the bullet point immediately above it or something higher up?
No, I mean, I would say all of the bullet points ahead of that, if you go through them, a lot of them, I feel kind of already established this idea of restoring, respecting, and safeguarding the rights and benefits of education employees. So, and again, it's just an effort to avoid repetition with all this.
Anybody have any discussion? Any objection to deletion? Right.
Hold on.
Yep.
It wasn't deleted. It was just like, am I
No,
wrong?
it is
She
just a
didn't delete
comment.
it.
There's not a specific recommendation to delete, just
Okay,
or
so-
consider removing. We don't have to.
Okay, so I would say, yeah, there's an objection because we didn't move to strike. So.
Okay. Yeah, I don't feel strongly one way or the other. So if folks want to move for deletion, I'm happy to facilitate that motion. Same with, it doesn't sound like there's super strong feelings one way or the other. Happy to facilitate leaving it.
It might be
Any
more
other
appropriate if
discussion?
It was moved up to the top of the list as a sort of a general statement, and then all of these other things are sort of details on that.
That makes sense. One of the risks of a collaborative document.
Yeah, and remove the comma after restore. So I think it's restore respect and safeguard the rights.
That's a separate idea. Restore respect or restore respect and safeguard the rights. So we're restoring rights, respecting rights, and safeguarding rights.
Yeah, I think it could go either way. I suspect that it is intended to say restore rights where teachers have lost some over the last couple of years. All right, if there's no motion to strike, we're going to move on.
I would move it higher up the food chain on the page, on the list.
You have a specific request of where you'd like it, just
Like
up
I say,
at the top?
somewhere relatively near the top, just because a lot of the things that wherever the chair feels it would be suitable, before we get into the list of specific things that we ought to restore and protect and so on. It's sort of a general statement of the policy there. So just, before we start mentioning specific programs.
I agree with that.
Any objections to putting it as the first bullet point to kind of set the tone? That's also much shorter than our first bullet point, which I think eases in some reading. Okay, let's do that. That kind of sets the pace for the rest of the paragraph. Okay. Headed back down and okay. All right. Guarantee that every subject rather than class has a certified teacher, then strike certified to teach that subject. Background from Shirley. She's still on?
I was just trying to shorten it for clarity.
Excellent. Thank you for that. First I've got Laurel.
Okay, it's very important that every teacher is certified to teach that subject. And so we could incorporate to have it that guarantee that every subject has a teacher certified to teach that subject. But that certified to teach that subject is so important.
Okay, Paul?
Saying the teacher of that subject would be certified. Only it's shorter.
Laurel, am I understanding you to say that a certified teacher could be certified in a subject, but not the subject unless we explicitly say so?
That is absolutely correct. It is so important that they be, because they could be certified to teach math, but being put in an English classroom, and they're still certified, but just not in English.
Or vice versa.
Or vice versa. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Teacher
it's getting late.
Okay.
Would you, Shirley, would you be amenable to that change?
I'll withdraw it.
Okay. And we can still entertain changing of class to subject. If you'd like to keep that consideration separate, since you have them all separated out here, that's an easy change. If you have a preference.
I prefer subject, but I'm open.
Okay. Any discussion on subject versus class? Skylar?
Yes, yeah. So different things. So up in the social studies hallway, there are 6 classes going on teaching world geography, and there's 6 classes going on teaching world history. So if you say subject, that means that one teacher in that subject needs to be certified. So one certified world geography teacher and the other 5 could be non-certified. But if you say class, then you mean in that room with those kids, every single class has a certified teacher in that subject. So the original language with that every class has a teacher certified to teach whatever we had before, that was appropriate. So we cannot change from class to subject, because that maybe at the elementary level, that's fine, but not at the high school level.
Daniel Ayala?
Could we then just switch it to content? Content is pretty over encompassing.
Content area
Yeah.
is the language we use in education. Yeah.
So that every content area has a
But that's
teacher certified?
actually, that gets us in the same problem with subject, because again, when we say class, we mean that classroom. So maybe we mean to say that every classroom has a certified teacher that is certified to teach in that subject, or that wording needs to be massaged. But I worry if we go to subject, we are heading back the wrong direction.
Don't need certified twice in their Sky.
Yeah, but
definition, if they're certified to teach the subject, they're a certified teacher, but putting certified before teacher doesn't get you anywhere. So, I mean, you were right with the statement you made on that before.
yes, but so guarantee that every classroom has a teacher certified to teach that
The
subject, but I'm like, what subject?
The subject in that class, or just the subject?
I mean, I taught 4 different courses or classes in my schedule: AP Government, AP Macroeconomics, Psychology, Sociology, and Government. I was certified for all that because I have a composite social studies certification. So do you see, like, subject, that's 5 different subjects I could be teaching in a day.
Content area, would that work?
I don't want to change class.
No, I mean to teach that instead of subject content area.
No, I say, you mean to have someone, a certified teacher, in a room, correct?
Right.
Okay, so then we mean class or classroom. We don't mean subject, because the subject goes with the certified to teach the subject or the content area.
Yeah,
But
'cause I'm
the
looking
first
at
subject needs to be class or classroom.
I totally agree, and have the last subject maybe content area.
So you're looking
but
at making an
mostly
additional change?
I'm mostly concerned about the actual
Okay.
cross through, the deletion.
And I totally agree with you on that. It would be class or classroom.
Okay, any other feedback on that class versus subject change?
At the very end.
Say that again?
Class has a teacher certified to teach that subject. I'll go along with that.
So that every class has a teacher certified to teach that subject?
Mm-hmm.
That works for you?
That works
Okay.
for
And then is there interest in changing subject to content area, or would y'all like to leave it? I think this is actually as it was originally written.
Yeah, I defer to Skylar.
Any preference to start a motion to change subject to content area, or would you rather leave it as subject at the end of the
I
sentence?
thought it was fine as it was originally written before any strikers or anything.
Okay. I think we're all caught up on the same page. Okay, we are on down to, this is a replacement. So replacing, provide a mentor or master teacher for every novice teacher to provide novice teachers with the proper support, guidance, and encouragement needed when starting their teaching career. Lizette.
For this one, I basically just felt maybe it would be better to generalize it a little more, so that, it gives us more wiggle room and not get into specifics of, specific programs that every school needs necessarily. So that was just my attempt to kind of keep it more general for the platform.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Skylar?
Muted.
Skylar, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Sorry, this is very late for me. I'm up at 5. The original language provide a mentor or master teacher for every novice teacher is totally appropriate. It's what should be happening. It doesn't require anybody to have a certain program they're following, just pairing up a mentor with the new teacher. If you remove that part, you're not requiring that there be an experienced teacher there guiding them. Administration could say, oh, we're providing support, we're providing guidance, but having a teacher, not admin, doing that is very different. And when I was a brand new teacher 15 years ago, having that mentor dedicated to me made my career. It could have broken it, not having that.
Thank you. Paul Colbert.
There have been numerous recent studies that talk about the importance of having a mentor or master teacher working with a novice teacher, and the degree to which that improves both the teacher's performance and the student's performance within the teacher's class. So I would strongly agree with what Sky said and be opposed to striking the specific reference to mentor or master teachers.
Daniel Ayala.
I would also add that at my school, we tried switching away from the mentor teacher and provide like a program where all the teachers get together, they talk about all their new stuff, and then you kind of let them out in the wild. It did not succeed. And then we went back to a paid mentorship for like a stipend for that mentor teacher, because we found that it was much more successful than doing anything else but mentor.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay. All right. So we're considering replacing the original language with the suggested language. So a vote in favor is to make the replacement. A vote against is to not make the replacement and keep the original language. So all those in favor signify so by saying aye. Okay. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Nay.
Nay.
No.
All right. We have an edit to the next headline, end of page 12. Protect funding. The new headline would read protect funding for Texas public education, striking and improve. Lizette.
Okay. So for this, this goes back to what I had started doing on mistake, which was moving things around. So, the issue that I had reading through this later part of the education section was more that it was a lot to digest, and I was trying to read through this as someone who isn't an active Democrat, keeping in mind that this is a document that's not necessarily just for us as active Democrats to read, but other people who maybe don't identify as Democrats or maybe just aren't politically engaged at all. So what I had started trying to do was come up with like little subsections to kind of make it easier to digest as people are going through all these detailed points that we've outlined here.
Oh, thank you. And to Skylar for discussion.
I mean, this document is what Texas Democrats believe. So we should be focusing on, is this what we believe or not? And if it's not, eject it. I don't think we should be removing anything that says improving Texas public education, because we can always improve it and always make it better. And so leaving that language there, I think, is important. And then I'm fine with adding the funding, protect funding, but also, yeah, improve Texas public education should stay.
Paul.
I'm opposed to deleting anything that refers to improvement, and particularly also putting that after funding. The degree to which we underfund education in general and all sorts of specific aspects of education in Texas is a travesty. One I've been working for virtually all of my adult life to overcome, and we still are not anywhere close to that. So just protecting the funding, while it's absolutely necessary from the current assault on public funding, it's nowhere near enough. We have to improve, and then right below here, we talk about a number of the improvements that need to happen.
Any additional discussion? All right. With that,
And
And
not all
I
of the
vote-
things, not all of the things below this that she was moving around were funding. And that's why, while I'm very much in favor of protecting and improving funding, you don't need funding in here because we have specific things that talk about funding.
Thank you. Okay, with that, an aye vote makes that strike and replacement. A nay vote leaves the funding or leaves the language as originally drafted. All of those in favor, please signify so by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay.
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 Okay, it's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. Page 13. We have a deletion, deleting prohibit misnamed school choice scams such as the use of vouchers, including special
That
education
was a move.
vouchers.
She moved it to another, we're in the area where she was deleting and moving stuff. That
But
showed
I
up-
believe that's a different editor. Rachel, is that the case?
Oh,
Yeah, I think I'm again concerned about
okay.
some people, so there are many Democrats who support vouchers. And we're saying, we're calling them scams, we're using such alienating language, we're using prohibit. I don't like it. So I don't know what to say about it. I'm not for vouchers, but I also just think language like this is super alienating. And what we're for is the funding of public schools. And that's what we're advocating for and bettering public schools. But why do we have to say we're prohibiting voucher? I mean, is there not why? Is there not a better way to do it? I just, without alienating anyone who may like a voucher.
Paul?
If you look at their websites, the private schools in Texas claim 250,000 students and the home schools claim 750,000. The latter number is probably bullshit and the first one is understated, but it's close to 1 million kids. If you gave every one of those kids a voucher, which is our governor's stated goal, you would be at the $10,500 level that they had in the legislation last session. You would be spending $21 billion a biennium on students that we don't currently spend a nickel on. To put that in context, we only spent $25 billion in the previous school year in state funds on public education for the students who are in public schools. You would bankrupt not just the public school system, you would bankrupt the state budget if you adopted vouchers. And whether we like it or not, we may actually see us heading in that direction. Every single Democratic legislator in the House voted to oppose vouchers, to strip the funding for vouchers out of the education bill. There was not any particular controversy on that.
So can you not change this to just say we do not support the use of vouchers? I mean, why do you have to have all this extra BS?
Because of what the governor is saying. The governor is misnaming it as somehow or another as school choice, as if we don't have school choice right now. And what he's really about is destroying the public education system and privatizing it.
So then can't we just say we do not support the use of vouchers? I mean,
So I will add that the TDP, and not to put Bridget on the spot, but if she's still active on the call, did a massive messaging campaign that involved, I believe, the majority of at least our state house members, if not all of our members, that specifically uses the phrase scams. Like that we actually changed to the word scam in temporary, in part to align with the language that we had used through a massive messaging campaign. If you follow individual state reps, they all posted the same graphic over and over again. That was something to the effect of "say no to voucher scams." So I don't know if a staff member can confirm on something like that. So part of it is keeping with existing messaging here, though I hear you on how it is it is like very clearly, loudly anti-voucher. And that may not be the direction that we want to go, but it's my understanding that does align with messaging that TDP has used, including at the head of press releases and with some coordinated efforts. So if staff's on, feel free to check me on that. But wanted to offer that one insight that it's been used by the party fairly across the board. Let's jump to Aisha.
Yes, so I just wanted to echo previous speaker Paul in his response and his comments. I kind of basically agree with him. I do understand the position of potentially rewording and making it less prohibiting. That I'm fine with, but I wanted to kind of make a distinction between two things, right? There's one thing where we're talking about unity and being less alienating and this and that. I don't think we as a party need to worry about that element. So I think that's something that I've been hearing a few times, and I feel like we really need to get away from that. I think it's okay to modify language to make it go a certain way, but the goal here doesn't need to be necessarily aligning with some middle ground with the Republican Party. It needs to be to stand for what our values are. And so as someone who has served on my district improvement committee for my independent school district several years ago, I've also done some volunteer work for some local Islamic private schools. I'm seeing the drastic difference between these two systems. And so I would just want to echo, I think Paul's point is that I wouldn't support striking the language. I would be in favor of any sort of potentially. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Shaversman.
Hello, everybody. I agree with Paul. I'm very familiar with vouchers. I have fought them all my life. First of all, vouchers take money, public tax money, and give them to private schools. In Texas, 83% of all private schools are religious schools, and that is almost all Christian nationalist schools, the most extreme form of this group. Your money, your tax money would be used for the religious education of kids in not a good way. And that to me is a scam. Another problem is school choice. That term is inaccurate. It's deliberately inaccurate. They adopted it to use the same language that anti-abortion people use, pro-choice, that pro-choice people use because it sounds good. Think of almost public school systems today. There's plenty of choice. They have academies, they have all-female schools, they have early college high schools, they have magnet schools. There's a huge number of choices, even including in-district charter schools, some of which are good, most of which are bad. But so that's misnamed. So this is really a scam. It really is a scam, and Democrats are against it. And as Paul said, if they actually adopted this, the state would go bankrupt and there would be lawsuits. We have Supreme Court rulings now that if you support any school in this fashion, you must support them all. They will come after you in court if you don't agree with that, if you don't pay them. And there are many, many other legal reasons not to have voucher programs. In all the states that made the mistake of starting a program or adopting the vouchers, they have regretted it and want to go back. Their public school systems are slowly disintegrating. It's just a horrible thing. And I'm definitely for keeping that language in there. I don't want to strike it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've had 3 speakers, I think technically we're up to 4, who've spoken against the strike. Is there anybody who wants to speak for the strike or who has specific language that you'd like to suggest in its place?
Madam Chair, I don't want to suggest language in its place because I think that the language that's in here needs to stay, but I will try to work on some language that makes Steve's point with respect to, Texas Democrats support school choice within the public school system or something to that effect. I'll try to put something together on that before our next meeting.
Rachel, would it be amenable to you to put a hold on a vote on this one and workshop some language in the interim before we come back?
Yeah, well, I'm opposed to striking the language that we have here, so I don't mind having us vote on that right now.
I'm happy with the language as it is.
Yeah, there's a reason why each of those different ways of phrasing it are there, because Republicans have tried to hide vouchers. The word voucher doesn't poll well, so then they come up with education savings account. They come up with all these different terms that mean the same thing as vouchers, and the virtual voucher charter schools are a big way that they
point of
are
order.
pushing it right now. So
Can we please vote on the striking right here to move things along? I'm sorry, I get up at 5 a.m. to go teach, so.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Understand, sorry.
Yes.
No, thank y'all. Good flag, Sky. Okay. A vote for would remove the voucher language or the school choice language as written. Hang on, Marco?
Yeah, please, you know, the SDC has voted to strongly support this language. So, yeah, I would highly recommend for members, you know, based on all of the work that we've done this cycle, to not strike this language. Thank you.
They encourage the word prohibit. That's a word that they've used, adopted, prohibiting vouchers.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I know that you've been arguing this for a while, but I just
Let's
I
move to a
understand
vote, and I'm happy, Rachel, to send over the resolution that we passed. If I'm honest, I don't recall what was on it. I did vote for it. I think it was actually a lot stronger than this. I think this is pretty tempered by comparison. But let's go ahead and move to a vote. So an aye vote strikes this language from the platform. A nay vote keeps the language as written in the platform. All those in favor signify so by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying nay.
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 It's the opinion of the chair that the nays have it. Okay. If folks can hang on, I know we said 11. Let's try to get through this last page if we can. I know we said we were going to try to get halfway through, and we are on page 14 out of 70. If temporary is any indication, our next meeting is going to go for like 8 hours if we can't go a little bit longer tonight. And I am so sympathetic. I got to be on a plane very early in the morning. But let's try to at least finish out this page. And if folks have to drop off, that's okay. We'll continue as long as we have quorum. So jumping down to the next edition is from Lisette. Lisette, is this an edition that you've drafted, or is this copied from elsewhere?
Copied from elsewhere.
Perfect, thank you. Saves us a step. Okay.
I wrote it long ago.
Adding, requiring title companies and other private property sales to disclose. Oh, we found a place for it. Thank you, Jenny. To disclose property sales and purchase data to county appraisal districts to streamline workloads and ensure commercial and residential properties are actually valued at true market prices, thereby enhancing one of the largest revenue streams to our schools. I know we discussed this a little bit. Any additional background, Jenny, on this?
No, I just wanted to say, and Paul, I'm sure may be able to add to this as a former legislator, that, you know, we are one of 11 states that is a non-disclosure state. We are so dependent on property taxes to fund our local and state government, or local government, schools especially. And then it's just so ironic and so hypocritical that we don't require sales data to be reported to the county appraisal districts. And where this really comes into play, commercial property doesn't have the same kind of turnover that residential property has. So lots of times commercial property gets undervalued, and we as homeowners and as renters end up bearing the brunt of those taxes. There's a lot more transparency with residential property turnover. So, these appraisal districts need all the help they can get and just accurately assessing market value. And it just cheats our schools out of, probably billions of dollars with undervaluations. So thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion? Laurel?
You're
Are
muted,
these
Laura.
two separate issues? The to fully disclose property sales and then a separate issue, accurately value the true market prices?
Well, no, not really, because the sales data is reported to the appraisal district because the appraisal districts on their own, because as it is, I think the Texas Association of Realtors about 10, 12 years back, they passed a state law that prohibited county appraisal districts from using TAR data to assess property values because they said it was their HAR is their, or their, the MLS is their proprietary I'm tired, proprietary database. And so, they, there's now a law that prohibits appraisal districts from even using MLS data. So it just makes no sense to me that we hamstring our appraisal districts, and just fully assess it. And it would just make their job so much simpler. Just, 39 other states already do it. They report sales data at every closing. That it's just the law, and now if you buy or sell property, you'll get like a voluntary survey or questionnaire to complete. But too often there's just so many loopholes for properties just not being properly appraised.
Any other discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved.
Well, the
Oh,
only thing I
oh.
would say is I would add industrial in there as well as commercial. I would add industrial, commercial, and residential property because a lot of it has to do with industrial property too. But
Jenny,
Jenny's
is that something you're
absolutely
amenable to?
correct.
That's fine.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we
right.
had some big refinery sales in the Houston area recently, and I assure you that the what they've sold for is not anything like what they're on the books for.
All right, any objections to approval? Hearing none, that is approved. Fix all these pieces. Okay. We've got to move to a previous section. And okay, this is one that we started discussion on earlier, it looks like. The change is from oppose to prohibit state takeovers of democratically elected public school boards. Shirley.
Look at Houston Independent School District.
Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, that is approved. Okay. Is this, Lizette, is this an addition or a move?
I believe that is a move.
Okay, and then the first section was, okay. Let's do one more before we get to this big brick of text, and then I'm fine if we call it. So we have a replacement, replacing especially with including. Sentence will now read, emphasize inclusion of the history and contributions of all demographics, including communities of color and other historically marginalized groups when deciding our curriculum and textbook content, including leveled reading material to allow students to connect to the text. Any background from, believe that's Rachel.
Yeah, I just thought including, like, I don't know why we're singling out, but I don't feel strongly on this if people are opposed to the word, or if people really want especially versus including.
Any discussion? Any objections? All right, hearing none, that is approved. All right, thank y'all so much. let's go ahead and please make sure you allocate time between now and our next meeting to go over any edits that you made, respond to folks' comments if you've got them. Like I said, we're plan for a fairly long haul meeting on the 28th, given the rate at which we went today. First, Marco.
Yeah, I mean, I just would like to, like, obviously we started off from the 2022 platform, and then we brought in, many subject matter experts, whether that's labor, educators, union people, the gamut for everything that we see here. So we are starting from a good place from where there are subject matter experts. So I'm not saying that, don't make suggestions, don't have conversation. I don't want to push down debate, but I don't, usually this committee meets at 8 a.m., 9 a.m. on Saturday and has to knock out something in 4 hours, 5 hours to present to the convention. So I know that's not the situation because we've changed the rules so that way it's presented before. But yeah, I would just encourage to maybe, not necessarily trust what's already there, but know that there's already been subject matter experts in this field that have already gone over this stuff, or else, we're completely redoing a document, or spending. There's already been 12 hours spent, working on this in committee, in the temporary. I'm not sure if, that's appropriate for the permanent committee to then go spend, double that. Yeah, I just be more mindful about the process.
Yeah, thank you, Marco, for that reminder. And truly, like, make sure that you take advantage of the time in the interim, please, to read. The last time we spent having folks read, having folks read up on other people's suggestions, all of that. If you come prepared and ready to go, we can get a lot done when we reconvene on Tuesday. I know that we will have a couple of topics on which we have more extended conversations. And one thing we may need to consider, just to be frank, going into our next meeting, is limiting speakers to 2 for and 2 against, or capping speaking at like closer to 30 seconds. Because when we spend 18 minutes per topic, give or take, or 12 minutes per topic at a minimum, just for discussion, it's gonna slow us down. So thank y'all for being so diligent and for having so
Hannah?
many good comments. Yes.
We can't do like a third meeting, right? Is it only these 2 that we can have? I mean,
we could potentially, technically adding orientation was for us already adding a third meeting. I struggle to see a world where staff and I have space leading up into convention between now and then. And especially if we're gonna do a longer meeting on this next go. I don't really anticipate it. I don't want to give a firm no, because like if we have a clear delineation of like a specific thing that we're gonna hash out, like if we get everything done but foreign policy and we dedicate one last meeting to like that one section, potentially, but I would say let us not plan for it. If that happens, that means we didn't run a particularly efficient meeting when we meet next. So, and truly, especially for those of y'all who have served before, a very, very good platform used to come out of in-person meetings with 4-6 max hours in a meeting room all pushed together. And I do think it's easy for us to slow ourselves down a little bit when we're on Zoom because it feels like we have more time. But just to be respectful of all of the other committees and all of those things, if y'all will just use your time in the interim as best you can. And we will absolutely still discuss to as much as we can when we reconvene on the 28th. Laurel, I see your hand.
Yeah, my problem, Hannah, is that next Tuesday's election day.
I am aware. I had to turn down being an election judge to be here, but there was no other date that worked with other folks.
I will not be able to be there. I'm presiding judge of the ballot board. And I just wish that there was a different day that we could be doing this.
Any comments that you can put in advance will be really helpful. I think most of these frankly didn't come down to very close votes. Most of what we do is not coming down to very close votes by any stretch. And so hopefully any comments we can work out in advance gives you the opportunity to contribute in a way that we wouldn't have had the option
Will
on the
there be a
ground.
final vote? That we have to take as
The
a
complete
committee member?
document is presented to the entire convention.
Okay.
So yes, in the sense that everybody will get our final product and basically give an up or down vote with some opportunities for amendments. I cannot stress enough how much I do not want the body to come in and amend what will be days worth of effort on behalf of the temporary and permanent committees. That I just don't think that that's going to be particularly reflective of the good work that y'all are going to do, that you have done already and that you will do next week. I am sorry it is on election day. It wasn't something that I was super cognizant of when we said it, but it was genuinely the only day that we could do it. Marco, and then we'll jump to the other folks who have their hands up.
Yeah, if it's helpful, I think we could do the same thing with the vacant positions for you, Laurel, because I know you're working ballot board. I'm happy to do that for whoever, so that way you have a voice and a representation. But I mean, just looking at the calendar with Memorial Day, with the weekend, with having to facilitate all of these other committees, all of these elections, all the training, Madam Chair, I don't see a way that we have to present something to the delegates at least 5 days before. I really think we got to do it next meeting. And that might be...
I don't see space on my calendar. And I know Marco and I had a hard enough time setting these dates as it was. So, Paul.
A couple of questions and a couple of comments or suggestions. We had previously signed up for what issue areas we were interested in. Can we get the list of who were interested, who was signed up for what areas, so that we can be in touch with people between now and then to try to work anything out?
I just dropped that link in that email response in that thread we had going earlier today. I think I titled it like forum responses or something. It's like dead center in my email. You should be able to click and have access to that.
Okay, yeah, I hadn't seen it before. The related thing is, if I can suggest to people that, to the extent possible, that first of all, you don't sit there and make edits in the document, particularly when they involve moving things, but instead put the changes you want to make in as suggestions in the comments to the side, and any explanation as to why you favor that particular change, either put it there, or if you need to go into much more detail, then email us with respect to it, so that we don't bog down the margin of this document with a 5,000 word treatise on something. And then the final plea that I would make to people is, this should be about what unites us as Democrats, and not about one side winning over the other. Yes, it doesn't require 100% vote on anything. It's not a unanimous jury, but to the extent that we can achieve consensus on what we agree upon, that's what we ought to be striving for. And just being able to, to pee in the corner and mark it as your territory doesn't help us. It helps Republicans. So please, let's try to find what we have in common and work towards a common statement.
Thank you all for your questions and your comments. Thank you again for your work this evening. I will not belabor it for too much longer, as the point is for us to wrap up for the day. If you need me in the interim, please feel free to reach out to me directly. My email address is in the thread that we were all on today. It's also in the committee contact form. I'll drop my cell phone number in the chat, though it's also in my email signature. Give me 1 second and I'll drop it in for anybody who is still here. Feel free to contact me. I will be on Eastern time for the next week. So if you reach out to me before 10 a.m., I am less likely to respond. If you reach out to me late in the evening, I am more likely to respond. So thank you all. And hearing no objections to adjournment, we are adjourned until the 28th. Thank you all. Have a wonderful evening. Get some rest. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, members.
Thank y'all. Have a